All right, welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Group 5, Session 10. We're super excited.
Woo! Group five.
He's back.
Wow, that was intense. All right, well, um, if you are joining us, so for recap wise, I'll backtrack quite a bit. Sarah, you were here, so kind of left off. If I recall, we were back at Montag. We had gotten to Montag, and we were speaking with King Greenmar Ylfing. And we were talking to King Greenmar Ylfing in kind of a way that was figuring out what to do that was best for you all. And something that became kind of apparent in the conversation was just the language itself. That was a little bit different between what they were kind of saying in this prophecy and what they were expecting you all to do, and how it was integrated into their culture, into their ways for the past 1,000 years or so. And the what the party kind of came to was, let's do other things before we get this done, right? This is seems to be something that has been going on for a little while here. They could wait longer. We have precedents to other important things we should get going and getting done. And what happened is the response by the king was met with, shouldn't have trusted smallings, right? That was a phrase that we used a few times. It's smallings, right? And it's noting that there is a huge separation in giant as well in humanoids, right? They just don't mingle. They don't intermingle. The giants kind of see the smallings as like inferior to them, right? That they're descendants of Thrym, this deity, and they were designed to kill dragons and conquer land and things. So there's this whole bravado about them that once you kind of put up your, not your nose, but to them, right? That's how they kind of interpreted it. That you didn't want to go through with this. The king completely kind of shut down a little bit and said, you go talk to things and then you go do things. And you kind of had this back and forth, led primarily by Tardan, eventually with Wolfsing Volsong, which were these kind of dragon slayers. Actually slayed a number of the spawn of Javarig, which is the kin of Ithrin, and were able to kind of work with them in getting going. One of the things that Wolfsong Volsong said that was just kind of thrown out there was that it wasn't safe for you all any longer. Not in the sense that the king Greenmar Ylfing is going to do something, but there is a numerous amounts of jarls and actual clans, actually people here that have united themselves together in this collective, and that it really formed itself in a Nim song based on the prophecy, and that was destabilized, right? You've put that destabilization in there, kind of that big old, crack into the rock, so to speak, and they potentially getting you out, right? Being like, it's not safe for you to spend the night. Like, we don't want hundreds and hundreds of these frost giants around you, right? Things can get really bad. We don't want you in the middle of that. And Tardan, you talked to Wolfsing Volsong and kind of agreed to, let's just go. Let's go do this thing. And Wolfsing Volsong worked independently, grabbed a few of the giants that were willing, close to themselves, and then you went on the trek to Hilvarig Peak. You went into the mountains and you faced a number of Ithrin's allies, right? These creatures that seem to ally themselves to Ithrin. The trek itself was dangerous, was treacherous, and then you finally made your way to the base of the actual peak, which fit itself kind of into a crater of sorts with large trenches of frozen rivers and things. And there was a massive kind of, in the cavern within the peak, that was where Wolfsing Volsong was kind of leading to. The only survivor after an attack by a sea serpent, the crossing of a river. This large kind of crystalline hole that protruded into the earth, and you spent a great number, hours just descending to get to the top of the cavern, which is 300 some odd feet from currently where you're at on the ice. You actually had to navigate through the ceiling crystalline structure to get to one of the stalagmite pillars that are covered in the same crystals to navigate to get even down on here, right? This fight that occurred with Ithrin was kind of twofold, right? You had this kind of a sense of being like, what do you kind of Ithrin was not all right attacking, kind of backing out a little bit. Brett burrowed down, was waiting in suspense to see where you all would go, and then bam, attack happened. If not for Tardan using something about the stone and channeling an effect of some kind, which commanded Ithrin to do things at the expense of great strength of the mind, right? You kind of commanded Ithrin to do these things, and one of the last commands that you gave was to free yourself from this master, right? Kind of get away, free yourself. And in that response, it moved away into the shadows, now found to be the actual treasure pile that is in the eastern side of this cavern, and had dug out a spawn of its own. It had dug out its egg. Clutched in the mouth, it proceeded to leave. That's when you had a human arrive through teleporting into space that was pale in the skin, slick back silver whitish hair, golden eyes, yellow eyes with actual like draconic slits to the eyes. They seemed to be changed. They weren't normal pupils. And they were wearing a beautiful kind of maroon and gold draconic, I would say, magi robe, right? They had silver toggles and cuffs and silk. They were well dressed in these boots and no staff necessarily. And at the same time that happened, an older human appeared. This person with a great gray beard, kind of some scarring, weathered face, long hair, just wearing a very simple kind of tannish brown robe, and then has a little walking stick to them, appeared. They had a dialogue between them, which was pertaining to prophecy. Was really the key there, pertaining to a prophecy, and that this younger human attempting to defy it was one of the lines that was there. And then this magic battle happened. They were flaunting a great powerful magic. Darius, you were getting out of there. You're like, I'm going to the treasure. Like, you're basically like, oh, I'm having no part of this. Everyone else kind of backed away, kind of just watched it unfold. And after that kind of happened, and then Ithrin had left, this person, the younger human, teleported away. Just out. After that flaunting of this high-level magic. You were left with this older person that called themselves Magello. Okay? And they had asked you to give one question that they could answer for you. But they could not answer, or they cannot answer, anything else, for it will potentially have greater impacts. I was summarizing the dialogue in a great way. So this person now sits on a chair, an invisible chair. Seems to have also summoned food. Is drinking out of a tankard and eating things. And spilling crumbs in their beard. And they're just awaiting this question that you'll be asking. Nereus, you're at the loot pile. We'll get to that. But out of character, if you all want to take some time, right, to talk, even Harrison, if you want to chime in here, to like, what question would it be that you would ask this potential character?
So I kind of liked Harok's idea of the trying to find your exact wording here. So I'm scrolling up. Sorry about that. Are there others like Ithrin whom Damador has forced to serve him? I kind of like that question. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
I'd really like us to stay on brand and let the question be completely worthless. Like who has the best pancakes in the next city we go to, or something.
Othema. Where's the best place for us to stay in Othema?
Is your
Smart.
refrigerator running?
But why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh, we should ask him which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Worth knowing. We could ask what direction or path to the forest Sir Dougal needs to get to without obscurity of not knowing where to go. Exactly, like we need to go here. Boop. Done.
Actually, that kind of leads me to a question kind of for the party, and maybe this guy can answer. We promised Sir Dougal that we were going to go help him find the forest, but Harok's people are like hop, skip, and a jump away from our route. Should we ask which one we should do first to follow this prophecy? Because we're essentially staking two of our party members' civilizations against each other.
I'd like to keep it focused on the stuff with the dragons. I'll willingly say let's put off my stuff to help Sir Dougal just for the sake of handling one thing at a time.
If you want to ask a question like that, you should ask under the assumption that that's true. Because if you ask a general question, we're not going to get any information. We should ask, where is the closest dragon that is under Damodar's thrall or whatever? That we can just go there next or whatever. Right? Like you should get information that is useful, not like, oh cool, we know that there's more dragons that he's controlling. Like, what do we do with that information? Right? Like at least then you could find a place. Then we could decide if we want to go there. And then if they say like there isn't any, then we know, oh, this was the only one, right? That would be my vote if you want to ask something about dragons.
I think there is a good point to be made there. No matter what the question, I think it should revolve around some type of a location being revealed. So at least we know a place to go for whatever reason.
I'm gonna disagree with that just because it seems like our stones have been pulling us places, so our direction has kind of been helped in that regard.
I just think the answer should be something we can act on, whether it's a personal question or not just a general, like, what do we do if we find, right? Like, if we ask that, like,
Sure.
that's just my vote. I don't care what the question is. I would just say, like, if you're going to ask a question, make sure it's something that, like, you really want to know or that we can act on it in some way versus just, like, now we're going to wander around trying to find dragons. Like, I just don't know how that works. Because I personally would rather not after we almost all died to this dragon.
Yeah, and having the location to Nereus's point means that the next one we're actually prepared for, because this, by Tardan's fault, we were kind of thrown into.
Oh, but why would we go? We don't know what color dragon it would be.
That's true.
We're missing a bunch of stones in theory. Like, we don't know how these work.
That's also true.
Honestly, like, if you were going to ask a question, I would ask how many pieces are left to complete my, so we know. Like, maybe it's done, right? But if there's like 50 pieces left or something.
That's
We're gonna
fair,
ask
because then...
something about,
Go ahead.
if we're gonna ask something about the stones, I might say like, what are these stones even?
Yeah, what is the purpose of these stones? Yeah, I mean, I think the stones is a better question than dragons personally, but I know people are dragon hungry. I just think getting some information about that would be more useful. Because I mean, none of us have even done anything with our stones except Tardan.
That is true.
I would love to ask. I would love somebody else to ask. What are these stones?
Yeah, like
What do these stones do?
what is the purpose of these stones in their like whole state. Like you have to ask a question of that, like, right? Like
in their right. What's the function of their form after they've been assembled?
I could agree to that.
I can also agree to that.
Or okay, never mind. Yeah.
All right, Tardan, you ask it. So if you mess it up, then we can blame you. Go ahead, sir.
Anyway.
And that's the moral of this group. As we said, Tardan and the 5 legally unaffiliated adventurers.
As you're having this debate, I'm gonna assume just again out of character, but your characters are currently most likely just discussing it, right, kind of privately. You see as this old person sitting in the chair finishes grumble the crumbs and just starts squinting, looking around, raises an eyebrow. Points a finger into a space. See this channeling of this greenish energy begin to form a crack, then a blackness, and then out throws Sir Dougal. Sir Dougal, you're currently holding a horn of meat of some kind. You have also a piece of meat in your other hand. You have actually had a conversation with King Grimar Ylfing very quickly, approaching you around lunchtime as some of the giants themselves gave you food. The king was surprised that you were still there and you had not left with your party members, and was attempting to figure out where they had gone. You did not interrogate you or try to break you down as a conflict began to arise within the Great Hall. Right before you actually were teleported, primarily a couple minutes or so, giants actually began to yell at each other and shove. They were beginning to yell out certain things, and then a fighting began to happen within the Great Hall, and even the King Grimar Ylfing went into the crowd to potentially put out this fight or fighty. And so you were kind of just waiting, right? You had breakfast, right? You had lunch, and then the king approached you, and then you had a little bit of a conversation. Got a little awkward and could have gone a little bit more further about what you might know, what you didn't know, but still did not actually attempt to try to interrogate, right? Press you or anything, or imprison you of any kind. And then all of a sudden, bam, there's shouting, there's yelling around you, stomping, large things crashing, and it sounded like conflict was a brew. And all of a sudden, you were pulled by some sort of force through a crack within the space and sucked you in like a vacuum cleaner. Now you're here. Sees the old man, looks, standing up, pulls back, crack forms the space again. The actual plane materializes to form its same reality, and then stares and looks, grabs under the beard, just holds it there. I knew there was 5.
Hey guys! Wow, that got really dicey there for a minute.
Dicey. What? Didn't we leave you in Mondstag?
The giants fought the other giants. They were screaming. I didn't understand what was happening. There was still food though, so I couldn't help myself. And then as soon as I took my first bite, I thought it was indigestion, and then I got sucked through a wormhole, and now I'm here. What's up? What have you guys been doing?
Yeah, so we came to fight Ithrin. On the way, we fought a giant Remmerhaze. Well, ran from a giant Remmerhaze. Fought a sea serpent. Also ran from sea serpent, and then fought Ithrin.
Who's Ithrin?
The white dragon that attacked us outside of the tunnel when we left the dwarves.
Got it. Fight, ran, fight, ran, fight, ran.
Yes. Lots
Got
of
it.
running.
Well, I'm back.
We're
No more running.
happy to have you.
Good to see you, man.
It is good to be back. I forgot what this was like. This is nice.
Yeah, wait till you get blasted in the breath by dragon's breath. Right, Nereus? And I'm just going to kind of yell back into the cavern.
No
Who is
response.
this?
That's not our question.
That is not our question. Forgot to mention that we have one question we get to ask the old man here, and I think we're gonna ask him, what do these necklaces, when completed? What is the purpose of these necklaces when they are completed, or these gems when they're completed? I should say.
Hmm.
So unless you have any objections, old man, what's the purpose of these necklaces or these gems when they're completed?
May I look at it?
I will walk towards him and kind of hold out my amulet.
Very interesting. Do you all have one of these?
We do.
Oh.
No.
Reaches the robe, grabs a small leather book, tiny with a palm, kind of unfurls it, spins through a few pages, stops somewhere, squints down, looks at it. Oh. Shuts it. Well, I believe that they are for, well, perhaps defeating these dragons that are on the command of Damodar. Was the one you saw me battle with. Well, sounds like all there is to it. If you don't excuse me.
That's the whole answer?
Well, what else do you want to know, Sir Dougal Lavender Cotton Forge?
First of all, it's a little creepy that you know my name.
Well, I know
Secondly-
everything about you, Sir Dougal Lavender Cotton Forge.
Stop saying my middle name, please.
Stop
Stop saying my middle name.
Does that offend you?
Like lavender.
No wonder he smells so good.
It was a given name. You don't choose your name. We all get names when we're
I'm just-
born. You don't get to pick them.
Very glad you wound up on the boat, not somewhere else. Really bad.
Did you do that too? Was that you?
That's another question. I only was supposed to answer one question. And I feel like that's been answered, yes? Everyone good?
Can I answer or ask a sub question?
My question comes in 5 parts.
Pulls out the booklet again. Fingers turning away from you all. Stops. Looks. Turns. Depends what the question is.
Is there exactly one dragon corresponding to each color of the stones that we have?
Walks over to you. Holds out the hand.
Think he wants your stone, Harok.
Oh, I was giving it to him. I
Oh.
wasn't trying to withhold it.
Well, most likely for Horad. And yours was for Ithrin, Monster Tartan. Damodar has control over a great number of dragons. Oran is a gold dragon. Beautiful. A great elder worm. Ithrin. Immature. An adult. But still young. Then you have Grugash. Yes. That one is vile. And has their own agenda.
What
own
color is that
purposes.
one?
Gash is black.
Did you just say Grugash?
I did. And Belzar, silver. Belzar is quite young, but tenacious, and unfortunately, too much information. No good. No good. And then answer your
Wait,
sub
wait, wait,
question. I'm answering
Grugash
your
is the
sub question.
dragon?
Silence yourself. And red. That would
The
be
big one.
Erithun. Erithun is a great elder worm. Breathes fire hot enough to reach the colorations of white and blue. Magnificent beast. Turned to a great purpose. The last is green. Romina. She's cunning, intelligent, and quite romantic.
Can't wait to meet her.
Some question has been answered.
But if there just happened to be a sixth dragon, just hypothetically, would you know anything about them?
No, that was 6.
Oh,
Ethrin, Googrash, the red worm thing,
Knocks you on the head a
the
little bit.
green.
Yeah, was there a brain in there, Rock?
well, I have brain freeze after this fight, so
Yes, well, it was a tough one. I'm glad you all survived. Woohoo! That could have been really bad. Grabs the book and looks, flipping through pages. Oh, yes. Very bad. But you all survived, and that's good.
And you did as well. Fighting Damodar.
I was, well, yes. Damodar is strong. Oh, I see what you're doing here. Trying to get more information out of me. Well, I have not. I cannot give anything else. If I do, bad things will come, and your quest will not be achieved.
So, if not information, do you have any parting items for us before you go to help your chosen ones?
Points with the stick after brings it up, just slowly like wobbling, points in the direction of Nereus. There's your ward. Taps to the ice. Well, chosen ones, do what you do best. Yep. Taps the staff twice. Shroud of energy envelops, tearing a hole. It's crack and black. It just steps back through it and disappears.
Safe travels, Magellan.
All right. To the horde. Wonder if Nereus found anything.
It's all gone.
That's fine.
All right, Nereus. What you have found in total, I'm gonna go ahead and roll some more dice. I had a module for this table, but it doesn't exactly work anymore. So I manually do some stuff.
He's mainly trying to find like anything that jumps out as him that might be like a magic item or something cool for him. Like he's just kind of sifting through quickly before anybody else comes over here.
Okay, so you're just gonna try to pick out your.
He's kind of like, yeah,
everything.
investigating or just searching through. He's trying to find something like that calls to him that he can kind of just pocket before
Okay.
we divvy it up. Because he's not. I mean, yeah, this is a lot of wells, but like, I mean, he can't
So-
just put all this in his bag.
So what you're finding in here, so as you kind of dig through, one item really speaks to you. It seems that there is one particular item in here that kind of stands out. It's a ring. This ring is gold and it's a bracelet. It's actually kind of metallic. It has an area that is dug in, so it has like a lip on either side, so interior and then exterior, right? The actual kind of shape. And then within the outer of that band, in the groove, is an inlaid of a sheet of rubies. So it's actually a ruby gem that has been inlaid into and circles around it. And there are runes that are carved into it. And then the runes themselves correspond to transmutation magic. Not something you haven't identified it, but I can't really kind of pick that out yet. But the magic that it speaks to in this transmutation magic seems to be that of potential high power, right? High level. And they're just that object in corresponding to everything else would stand out to you.
Okay.
Okay. So while you're digging through that, seems like, right, that would kind of push it out. There's a few other items. We'll get to that when the rest of the party's kind of getting there. So we can either do this two ways. So this is like kind of a horde pile. We can do two ways. We can do kind of out of character, right, where I just start kind of listing off what they are and kind of round through, or we can actually role play through it. Where you can actually investigate and perceive and try to dig through the pile. And up to all of you.
My vote would be just hoard it, but that's up to the rest of everyone.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no reason why we wouldn't take everything, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, we have Sir Dougal, who's fresh, got strong bones over there. You know, he can.
Well, we don't even know how we're getting back home. So remember, because Cenarius pointed
Oh,
out
there's a cave
the,
entrance.
The bridge was destroyed.
There's an alternate cave entrance to this area.
I mean, we don't know if that's
He said that
alternate.
last time.
Well, to get here, but that doesn't mean it's not going to have to cross the water.
Yeah, we don't know where we have to.
It's just we don't have to go
from there.
down as far, right? Maybe.
Well, so I was actually thinking about that. Mr. Wolfsing is probably still alive since he's tied to the magic of the Mondstag thing. So, Mr. Immortal Wolfsing. But for me, I also think we're kind of past the, like, we'll keep little secrets here or there, but I think we're past the point of, like, necessarily full selfish, trying to split the gold. Everyone has the same amount of gold in their inventory type thing. I think we just hoard it into one pile, if that makes sense. I don't know what the rest of y'all feel, but
You get treasury.
yeah.
Okay.
Y'all kind of stuck with Tardan. For better or for worse.
Can we get Thanos in here? I see that in your.
I don't think you would like Thanos any more than you would like Tardan. Actually,
I'm sure Nereus would.
and I think Darius would actually hate Thanos more than he hates Tardan.
It's a pretty high bar.
All right, I went ahead and started a treasury, just a vehicle character sheet in here. If you execute the cargo and crew, you can actually drag items into it and certain things. So I'm going to go ahead and basically spell out what exactly. It'll just kind of go off of that, and then I'll post that in the chat what you're finding. So these items, I'm going to give descriptions of these items, right, what the base kind of thing is, but I will not tell you what these items are, nor will I drag them into your inventory yet until we kind of figure out what they are. In total, you find 80,000 silver pieces. You also find 4,400 gold pieces. You find 1,200 gold pieces in art and other gemstones. So I'm just going to go pool them together within the actual gold. You find a magnificent longbow that has these elvish runes upon it, as well as a mixture of Sylvan. There's gold trim to it, and then the string that is upon the longbow itself appears to be some sort of cord that makes a musical sound when it's kind of pulled back. Not that that sound may have some sort of effect or magical effect about it, just it adds to that beauty of the weapon, and potentially the greater that this item might be something special. You are able to find a piece of chainmail in here. This chainmail, as well as elvish kind of shoulder pads with these a little bit of green tinge and sort of elvish runes. The chainmail itself feels a lot lighter. It seems that there is kind of a lightness to the actual chain, and the way that it's made seems to be quite exquisite. There is a periapt. A periapt is kind of a necklace with the pendant itself is like a crystal or it has kind of this bluish look to it as it comes down, forming a geometrical shape of that, of like a trigonal pyramidal kind of shape as it comes, kind of like a diamond, right, as it goes through. The chain itself is silver with intermixed of gold links, and it seems to be quite intricate, and the actual periapt is covered in these arcane runes, and just kind of looking towards them, they seem to be necromantic, is what it's kind of corresponding to for those with the arcana knowledge to be able to look through some of that. The other item that was there was the one that was picked up by Nereus. So none of you really got to see what that item might be. That was picked up real quick while the conversation was having. So it's just those 3 items that are found here. The rest that is in here seems to be common weaponry and armor. There is a suit of plate armor in here. There is a great axe. There are a few shields. There are battle axes. What it kind of corresponds to is maybe someone with like maybe a fighter would wear some of these items, but they all seem to again be quite common. They're made out of just regular steel, right? Iron. There's no runes about them. There's nothing there, but those items are there.
All right, really weird question. Any flutes?
There are no flutes in the pile.
Thank the
How many
gods.
pumpkins are there?
Well, oh yeah, Sir Dougal wasn't here. I had to give up my flute.
You
don't have
didn't
a
have
flute
to do anything.
Look,
You chose to give up your flute.
I unwillingly gave up my flute. It was a very awkward situation.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. I chose to give up my flute, but now I want another flute.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put down.
I don't suppose we could carry it all. Sounds like too much.
How much was it? 5,000 gold, 80,000 silver, give or
Placing
take.
it,
Rough
yeah, placing in the
estimates.
chat right there. So you have 80,000 silver pieces, 5,600 gold. So I kind of lined the gems and the other kind of art, a little bit decor, right, to kind of loop that in there. And then I went ahead and gave the descriptions in brief summary of those 3 items, minus the ring that Nereus picked up. So we do function off of weight, not necessarily realistic of do I have a bag big enough to carry all the gold kind of thing. We definitely have to stretch the bounds a little bit of do we have a carrying device to carry all this loot out. So we in my games generally go by purely of weight. So the currency does have weight to it. When you put it into your inventory, you can see that your actual weight's going up. So I generally tell players fill up as far as you can in terms of weight. And then the rest of it, I mean, you kind of got to figure out what you're going to do with it. If we go into, if we use a treasury sheet, kind of hoarding it together, generally I'll look through just like what your character sheets are really quick. So if you do go the treasury route, and then I'll create that value based on how much you actually all have in your capacities.
I mean, that sounds like 5 tons of coin weight. It sounds like it's possibly 10,000 pounds in coin weight.
What is gold? Is it 10 coins as a pound?
Oh, as far as the weight of it?
Yeah.
Let me see. want to say it counts up to 100 to a pound. No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe it's 10 to a pound.
I think it's 10 to a
I think
pound.
it's 10 to a pound. This is the way
10
that I'm
and then-
looking.
I mean, just start with the gold, splitting it up, and then see where you're at, and then take the silver you can, right?
All right, I'm gonna add 500 and see what happens to mine.
Rock, I have a question.
It's 110 each
Yep.
gold piece. Down.
I would like to officially tender my resignation as an employee and be an equal partner. I think I've earned it.
Agreed. All in favor?
I have no problem, but that means you can't tell me to stop playing my flute.
Oh, I couldn't help but notice you don't have a flute.
Yeah, that'll change. You see all this money?
Well, earplugs are cheap.
That is true. So it seems Foundry is doing 50 gold is a pound.
I'll take
Yeah.
it. That sounds fine to me.
Okay, and then if that's the case, we should be able to carry all the gold between all of us because that's only 130.
Yeah, that's going to be manageable then.
Yeah,
For all of your capacities right now. Taking it all. I'll put it into the treasury if you want.
sounds good. You can add. I'll go ahead and throw my 120 gold in the treasury
Did
too.
you say all of it?
The gold, not the silver.
Oh, okay.
I got 140 pounds worth of coin I can carry.
Yeah, I tried loading up on the coins. I couldn't even get 6,000 coins of the 80,000.
Oh yeah, because it's every 50 coins, no matter the size, is a pound.
I mean,
So,
I
yeah.
appreciate that we should take the gold, but
Yeah.
after we're done taking the gold, how much of the silver can we really take? I mean,
Well, the silver would be 1,600 pounds then of silver coins that there's actually there. So none of you will have the capacity to grab the entire amount of that. If you did half of it, look at 800 pounds, which I think would be difficult to do. Definitely become encumbered and have problems, but it's not like it's unmanageable.
We could try and take the majority of the silver and hide it somewhere. I could make someone a bit stronger for a time.
Michael, because I'm unclear, the reason behind the treasury and like moving forward, does this mean like the party in general, that's where all of our funds are? So like if we order a food or a night at an inn or whatever, all of it comes from there?
Yeah,
or...
yeah. So the idea behind it is that if instead of having your own independent coin, you can have your group kind of coin. You can also do it hybrid, where people will take out of the pot first what they want, and then all of a sudden you're left with some remainder, right? And that goes to the treasury. It kind of is right how you want to do it. I think at this stage right now, what you're staring at is a shit ton of currency, right? It is a lot of gold. This is a lot of stuff. You got a lot of gold. You got a lot of silver. And so the idea behind it is how much can we actually get out of here, and do we want to like divvy that out to each independent person and try to deal with the math of that, or we can just throw it into the treasury character sheet here and say that it's in our inventories, but we're all holding it as one kind of unit. So all up to you. I think seems like that's the treasury is what you're all thinking.
As greedy as Nereus is, yeah, pulling it together makes the most sense. Like,
Alright.
I don't. I can't foresee us making any giant purchases anytime soon.
Without the other knowing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, and I think we all kind of just realized that we are in this together.
And the best thing is we can all veto any flute purchases, so 4 against 1.
Yeah. that's true.
What? Huh? I still have my own gold. Chill.
You just said you
Didn't add
put
it
your
yet.
guild in there.
I haven't put it in yet. I will put it in there. I haven't yet. But now that I'm hearing that my flute might get vetoed, I may hold on to a
Well,
gold.
don't use out of character knowledge to justify in character actions.
That's fair. I am actually going to go ahead and add mine to the treasury just so it's there.
So it's like I said, it's only like 100 pounds for the gold, which is easily manageable by one of you. You can easily carry that amount of gold. The silver pieces where you come to a problem. If you take 20,000 silver pieces, you're looking at 400 pounds to deal with. Split between your inventory. That is something you all can carry without being encumbered. Have problems. If Nereus, if you decide to do enhanceability, right, and you wanted to just move the gold out of here and try to find somewhere safe, you can definitely snag a great deal of it, and then you have an hour of the cast, so you might be able to get it all out, just kind of shuffle it somewhere else.
Depending on the wildlife situation, if we found like an elk or a moose or something, I could speak with animals and try to convince it to.
Yeah,
carry
we
some
could
of it.
we could try to fetch some wildlife and get a sled going. I mean, possibilities are endless here. So it's gotta be creative.
Never wanted to have tensors floating to some more. I normally take it as a wizard, but I was like,
I moved my gold to the treasury, so I have 0 across the board.
Oh wow.
Nereus is gonna his gold.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we just take the gold. I don't think we risk being encumbered. Just
Well,
because
that was just saying we could just put it outside, like away from this place if we want to swing back here on the way back or whatever, or just have a hoard buried somewhere,
That's fair. Well, the other we
Well-
don't also know where outside is yet. We just know
Well,
there's a
exactly. I
door.
mean, like, it's 8,000 gold, right? Like, knowing that there's 8,000 gold, like here it probably will be gone eventually, right? People will come in here, or a dragon might decide to live around. Whatever you want to do, I don't care. Nereus isn't going to fight about it.
It's up to everyone else. We did destroy the way down, so the only way in is through wherever we're getting out. For most things, anyway.
I don't know. I'll just take what I can carry, and I'm not really concerned with what's left over in character.
Okay.
All right. So I think we
Yeah.
just note this and plan to come back at a later date, because no matter what, we're still leaving money here.
Okay. So you're deciding to just take what you can carry and then move on?
I think that is the
interpreting?
plan.
I'll go ahead and drag 20,000 into the sheet of silver, because that's pretty much maxing you out, but making it so you're not encumbered. There you go.
I do want to look around this pillar over here. When I had Ithrin fly into the pillar, are there any scales or anything that may have fallen off or cracked that might be useful? Because
So
he
you
hit
go-
that thing kind of hard.
Yeah. So he smashed into it. So you're noticing that the crystals themselves shattered and broke. They did puncture, so you're seeing lacerations and things. But the scales have been destroyed in the process. They've been kind of in a very similar way of being like ground up, right? When they kind of hit, they were kind of ground, suggesting that the scales themselves are really attuned to the environment and have rubbed against these, and potentially for grooming even, right? This creature would groom themselves on the crystals and whatnot, and so not necessarily losing the scales, but really grinding them down and honing it if there were some that were getting too long and things. But I would say for the sake of the force smashing in, that you are able to recover, spending some time, 3 of the actual scales of the dragon. So I will state that that is definitely a possibility, because the dragon had a great speed crashing into it. So I can imagine there could be maybe a few of them that were a bit weaker and softer at that point, maybe pop down of the actual flesh.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the time to do that. I'll also point out to the group, I'm only going to take 1 scale kind of as a connection to Etherin. But if anyone else wants to take one for whatever reason, I know Indigo likes to study creatures, so I'll point them out to him as well in case he wants one to study.
I'm gonna take one too.
Okay.
Anything else anyone wants to do in the cave?
Let's get out of here.
I concur.
Okay. So the items themselves, we didn't really decide who was getting what items. You're just divvying up the currency. So is there a are people taking the items that were there? Are they leaving them?
I assume we would take them, right? Why would we?
I would
Yeah.
assume they would take them, but yeah, that we didn't really have. We didn't come to the conclusion of who was
Who's-
taking what. Yeah, yeah.
Assuming we need to identify them to find out
What they do.
Or resting with them, right? You could do a long rest with them and figure out what they got going on. It's really just a more about like who's taking what, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I would probably be drawn to the bow just because it makes music, but other than that, there was nothing in there that really attracted Tardan to take it from anybody.
Does
Dougal's
anyone
gonna pick up the great axe and the amulet, and because he's holding conservatively 10,000 silver pieces, he puts the great axe down and walks away with the amulet.
You're taking the Piriath amulet.
Yeah.
All right.
Am I the only person in this party wearing armor?
Medium or higher, yes.
I guess I'm grabbing that chainmail. Although if it's mithril, then it might be light. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well-
Grabbing the chain.
Light in weight, not classification. But I'll
Yeah,
take
it
it.
still wouldn't.
Comes down to the longbow. Starting, you're taking the longbow.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the longbow. If it turns out to be something crazy, I'll give it to Herrock.
Okay.
But I'll take it to
And then Nereus
play with
took,
it.
And then Nereus took the rig.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just
What
making
rank?
sure. I was out of character. That's not a character. What about a character? I'm not player character there in
I
the
know.
camera.
I was just-
And then that's so sad for Indigo. No item for Indigo. It's your
I mean, we
fault.
don't even know what any of these do. So, like, if Nereus finds out his ring, it'd be better for somebody else. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Same thing.
It was less about let me find what I can get so nobody else gets it. More like if I'm gonna die in here, maybe there's something in here that could help me get out, so I don't have to die in here.
Gotcha. Okay. So you begin to head for the crack in the actual kind of wall itself. So again, the wall is covered in the crystals, so they kind of protrude outwards, and then it also has this kind of darker granite to it, and it's encased in ice in itself. And so you're kind of looking at the structure, and then it's really just like a crack, right? Like a gash that's pretty wide and open in its space, roughly 8 to 10 feet. Something to note is that much of the ground in the space now you're going in, the actual ice seems to be some sort of ice kind of tunnel in itself, and it'll again kind of spiralize, and then it has kind of a base to the tunnel. And so there's cracks and splinters, like claw marks and talon marks and things, right? Suggesting that the creatures that were quadruped, they were actually coming through here at times, right? They're actually being able to get through. At a certain point, it's dark, right? So you can't see. If you know dark vision, it's difficult. But you, right in areas having light up, channeling that through and giving the light out, you can see the light just bouncing off the reflections of the ice. It's creating that really awesome effect, right? If you've ever been in an actual ice tube and things, it has a really cool look when the light's around, and you have a little bit of cold, and eventually you kind of get to a point to where the cold of the cavern that was being kind of magically created subsides, and you're really in a temperature that would correspond to the outside or being this far down into the earth. And one of the things that you're also noticing is that the tunnel itself is ascending, right? So you're actually kind of going upwards as you're making your way in the direction of west, and it's ascending in a way that is quite drastic. And then it starts turning to the north, and then it starts ascending rapidly. You're now having to kind of brace yourself and do some climbing. No checks really needed, right? Taking your time. And then switchbacks and goes to the southern direction, and then comes back the other way. And so you're kind of having this switchback effect in the tunnel as you're kind of now going up very rapidly. After the time of travel, I'm going to push it to about roughly an hour or so. You have kind of traversed and feeling like you're reaching a point to where you might surface. You can see some visible light as the tunnel is now going to stop going through the switchbacks. It's now kind of pressing more towards the kind of a straight shot, and you can see that it's opening up. There's more kind of structures forming around, and then splinters of actual icicles are kind of coming outwards, and then there's little dribbles of maybe some running water that is freezing, and you're kind of reaching out, and you come out into the actual crack of the trench that was out front of the cavern. So as you come outwards, you're having to pull your body through as it kind of winds a little bit through the crack, and then eventually you come outwards to the large trench, the great number of feet down. You can see upwards, you can see the shelf above you, and around you is bodies of these creatures, of these quadrupedal, these draconic creatures that were serving Ithrin. They're just like down here. Some of them have been bludgeoned, like they fell. You're knowing their bodies are like crooked and cracked. Others seem to could have died from like a blood loss type situation from lacerations and things. And you notice that you're easily about 100 feet to 90 feet below the actual kind of sides that are almost sheer, covered in ice and covered in crystals, making it difficult potentially to navigate through. You're feeling like when you look into the darkness, it's kind of stretching through the trenches, right? If you're seeing these bodies, definitely taking maybe the time to perceive, right? Is there anything else around here? Listening, you don't hear anything and you don't see anything. It's just kind of the slow, soft snow kind of falling down here, and then the colder temperatures of the environment.
I guess I'm gonna try to kind of climb this side where all the bodies and stuff are.
Okay.
And see if there's anything.
So, Tardan, as you begin to climb the actual sheet of ice, it seems as though your hands begin to grab onto the ice in a very odd way. Now, this didn't actually happen within the cavern, but it's happening to this, as you're starting to suspect, is now you're pulling your hands, it's almost grabbing, very much like a Spider-Man effect. You could have put your feet onto it, now it's happening as well. You could even go in a horizontal and walk up it if you want. And it might be happening purely because this is natural ice.
What you doing there, Torden?
You know, I was just trying to climb up this, and it seems that I found another power. I don't know. That's the best way to describe it. I'm just gonna like stand vertical off the wall and try to like hold myself up for the test, just kind of purely out of showmanship.
See kind of towards the base of your feet, a little bit of fog rolling through, and like cleats, these spikes almost forming of these razor sharp, almost similar to the appendages of Ithrin upon the wings as well as the flesh. And so just grabbing on. And this is something that these creatures have done, something that Ithrin has done, and something you can do.
Seems to be a gift from our friend and the necklace. And I'm just gonna climb up the wall and look around and see who's all dead up here and what's all dead.
As you climb up, you see the cavern entrance has been caved downwards. Lots of debris, rocks kind of smashing through and kind of spilled outwards as well. A great number of these creatures are actually piled on top of each other. Just in the segment, you're having to try to pull yourself over these creatures, kind of making way. Now, as they died, they kind of came and formed these like icicles, right? So icicle splinters are coming out of their bodies. In that same fashion happened to the ones in the trench. I'm going to give you that description because you weren't here for that. But when these creatures died, they kind of had spurts of ice and they could become encased in it. Your ability doesn't seem to be functioning on this particular ice as you're kind of making way. Noting the difference between natural and magical, this effect kind of doesn't necessarily work on one of them. So you're having to move through, but you're making way, and just by looking at the bodies within that are encased in ice and try to count and do the best you can, it has to be at least 36 of them just in this bluff space outside of the actual cavern. They're just piled up together in a large mound. You eventually kind of make way, pushing through the bodies, seeing Wolfsing Volsong. Appears to be mauled, kind of multiple lacerations across the body, tethered of bits and pieces that kind of been ripped apart. And you see Wolfsing Volsong kind of like leaning against the actual rocks, not completely like laying down flat, so the legs are kind of stretched out in front, sloped down with the head slowly tilted to the right, has the weapons in both hands, one of which is like an ice spear that was formed, and then a battle axe. It's a large great axe, right, and kind of at the side, just kind of holding them down. The eyes are just open, seem to be pale and lifeless, and there's just no breath to the creatures. Hunched down, looking again with just a multitude of lacerations and bite marks across the body.
I want to approach his body and see if there's any kind of memento of his that I could probably get away with carrying. So a necklace, something along those lines, even a bracer, something made out of leather maybe.
All of the things that are on this particular character are going to be significantly too large for you to carry. The best that you potentially can get, even an amulet, is showcasing a big piece of draconic bone that kind of is formed into the amulet. Even that is just, it's dwarfing
Too big.
right? To be able to take something like that. The best you could do, as far as maybe a trinket of this character to remember them by, would be a locket of their hair, as the hair kind of free flows, this white kind of mane out of the back end, where the skull kind of appendages of the helm. Potentially, you can kind of cut off a lock of the hair for a memento.
Okay. I'm going to do that kind of for proof of death for the giants if we ever make it back to them.
Okay.
And then I'm going to come join everyone back down at the bottom of the cavern.
Okay.
So anyone got any idea what we should do next? Should we just head, I believe it's south to Othema from here, judging by how we traveled? Or do we go back to see what's going on with the fighting that Sir Dougal mentioned?
Let's head south. That's where everybody wanted to go anyway.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to any more frost giants.
Okay.
At least it won't be colder.
True. Should we rest before we travel? I can throw up a hut. Or do you guys want to get a couple hours in and hope we don't come across any more of those things? And I'm going to kind of point to the scaly lizards.
Yeah, it's a little early. I think we can get a couple hours in, right?
The rest of us just fought a dragon.
Well, the rest of us ran away from a dragon, but I take your meaning, yes.
To be fair, we didn't run away. He left. There's big difference.
She didn't dump me. I dumped her.
I
Don't
told them
worry.
to
You're
leave,
both-
and they left.
You're both beautiful. We can walk for a couple hours. You're okay. I'll walk in front of you.
I'm going to go ahead and use Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself, just to be okay for a little bit.
Okay.
So,
I'll put 10. Yeah, go ahead and put it on yourself if you want.
Yep. I got it.
So, you're at a high elevation. You're in a very wilderness area, right? So in order for this to work, and just being like, hey, we're gonna rough it out there and trek through the mountainside, you're gonna have to rely on somebody to potentially get you through that. Roll successfully with survival, potentially getting right through that terrain unhindered. So, at this point, Harak, you're up. Time to get us off the mountain.
Well, that's rather rude because they specifically hired somebody that was good at navigation.
You're an equal member now.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, Harak can do it if he wants.
I mean, anybody can. It's just
Anybody who wants to be my second in command.
help.
Yeah, you
Advantage.
assist him, maybe?
Is anybody else in this group proficient in survival?
Yes, Nereus is. He was doing the checks.
Actually,
Oh,
curious. Who has the higher modifier here?
It's probably him.
Just 5 + 1. That's it.
I'm half proficient.
So choose which one of you wants to, because it seems like you're going to be working together on this to get us off.
Dougal is proficient.
Yeah, but your stats suck, so we know.
Oh!
Oh,
He came out and chose violence!
Ruthless.
I'll leave
Listen,
the
man.
mountain to you, Harak. But the ocean is that way. That's the advice he's providing to the help. Is he's pointing out the direction to the ocean.
So even with like a nat 1, I won't be leading us north into the mountains. I'm not going to be leading us into like Dyatlov Pass.
Well, you could roll 2 nat ones.
Get the roll
I just
out.
played in a different game. I forget which key is advantage.
Alt. And it does get sticky, so sometimes. 18.
let's go.
That's fantastic. Yeah, that's fantastic. All right, let's get going. All right. So I'm not gonna have you roll for anything of climbing. I definitely, with Tardan you helping and setting the rope above, right? Maybe even climbing and just.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to go through the check. It's just going to let us that point. So you're making your way up the actual cliffside, and then you have to get through the crater and kind of make your way out. Where you came in at was not necessarily an entrenched path or some sort of trail that was blazed to get to the peak. It was really just a path that the giants themselves knew how to take and to get there. And then also that bridge, potentially from Clan Ullerfish dwarfs that helped slay Javareg a long time ago. So you're going away from all of that, right? Monsag to the west, the bridge, the highlands of Jotunvark. You're just kind of staying away from that, and you're really going down the mountainside. Mountainside is treacherous. There's a lot of evergreen trees and thickets and shrubs. There are creatures that you can spy with your passive perceptions every so often. There are reindeer, right? So actually kind of larger bovine-ish creatures that kind of linger through. Mountain goats themselves bleat. And then every so often there is a slight rumble and kind of a shake of the actual earth, which is kind of reminding you of potential of creatures emerging themselves to devour. There are wildlife beyond in the air. Birds, small songbirds, kind of nesting and roosting up in the trees that are able to sustain themselves into the environment. But again, this mountain and the temperature and the snow, it is harsh. And unless you are built for it, the creatures are there. You're not going to find a whole lot of diversity, right? So you're making your way through the mountain, Rock Nereus. You eventually find kind of a little bit of a natural switchback effect that is happening, potentially shelves of the actual mountainside that you're working with, and you begin to descend. The journey is harsh and it's difficult, and you're having to sludge through. The wind picks up after a little while. The snow itself begins to fall down, and we've traversed roughly into the night. I'm going to go ahead and clock you at about 9 o'clock as the sun itself is set, the moon rises. Blizzard conditions are among you as the snow itself is smacking. Tardan, you don't feel any of the cold, but the rest of you are having difficulties now. The conditions and visibility are non-existent. The temperature is kind of freezing solid. You've been kind of marching in this kind of environment. I'm also going to just kind of use the pencil tool to kind of show which peak that you actually were going to in distance. So this is actually the peak. This is Silvari Peak. And you're taking a gradual way on the actual side of the mountain, kind of going in the switchbacks back and forth as you're trying to get into the valley, right? So it's the easier condition that you can potentially move through. And you're still on the mountainside. You have yet to get to the valley. You're definitely another day on your descent down the difficult terrain to get to the actual valley. Setting up camp, it seems, right? Getting the kind of the hut pitched up.
Yep.
Okay. Kind of find a little bit of a flat area on the mountainside. There's a little bit of thicket towards the north end, kind of braces the mountainside with a few accompanying evergreen trees that go upwards of 60 to 70 feet in height. The snowbank itself is enough to potentially form a kind of a snow cave, right? Or even build like an igloo. You find a shelf that's suitable enough for you all to kind of settle up on, and you stretch around looking. You don't see any creatures again. The visibility is just horrible. And if you can't see them, potentially they can't see us. Find that spot, throwing out the bubble, it protrudes outwards in that spherical nature, and the conditions inside, the snow begins to melt, subside, the water vaporizes, creates this warm, inviting temperature, and it is definitely a safe haven from the elements around you. The dome itself is just getting battered from the outside, right? The snow is just kind of hitting into it and begins to form that igloo itself, right? Or cave, right? As the snow is now kind of billowing and forming the actual bubble itself. But you're safe, you're comfortable now, and you're hungry, most likely, and it seems like you haven't been chased by anything, and you haven't been encountered by anything, and everything's going okay.
Now we just got to unwrap some presents.
Is anybody going to be doing anything in particular as you're kind of camping out here? Preparations of food, potentially, or anybody trying to, or just getting some rest and gotta get a mountain climb the next day. So,
Can I read the runes on the longbow that are in Elvish and Sylvian, since I know both languages?
sure.
Does it?
So the Elvish itself kind of speaks towards what is known as the Ivrai. You're not sure what Ivrai actually mean in the context, and then the Sylvan runes correspond to what they're noting as Ixia.
Okay.
Can you? I don't have the identify spell, which is fine. But can you attempt to like sort of identify with Arcana? I just don't know. Is that
Yeah, you can roll an Arcana check to figure out maybe what the magical properties of the item would be to kind of best guess what they are. You can't fully explain an
yeah.
item. You can identify an item after a long rest. So if you spend time with an item, you can figure it out.
Yeah, you can attune to it, like to choose. Yeah.
Yeah.
But- okay. Yeah, he'll try. I mean, if people want that, he'll do that.
Everyone.
Yeah, I think I would let him do it. I would also play with the string to see if I could make different notes or if it was always the same, just out of curiosity for usage later.
It's mimicking a harp in a way, so it seems to be kind of a single note that comes through the string.
I'm gonna find a quiet corner in the hut, and I'll be in my journal, kind of keeping to myself.
All right. Well, since we're just hanging out, I might as well cast Enhance ability on himself because why not? I mean, it's fine.
I would also like to, kind of help him with my arcanic knowledge of anything.
Oh,
that
he
he's...
doesn't need it because he has a spell. But thanks so much.
Oh, do you already get advantage on him? Never mind.
Yeah, it's
All right. Ignore me.
I love it.
Giving you double. Giving you the double, okay?
I don't need your disadvantage counting out my advantage over here. All right,
That's
but yeah, he'll just
so-
go through them one at a time. I guess I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and roll. First
Yeah,
item,
he
let
would-
me know.
He'd probably do the bow first, just to hopefully shut Tartan up.
Okay.
Seems like a good plan.
Wow, 26. Okay. So this bow seems to be enchanted. The enchantment of it seems to be quite common. It seems to be elvish magic, and the Fletcher potentially gave some kind of an endowment into the weapon itself. From what you can guess and how exquisite it is, the material components are not quite there to potentially be greater than a +1. So you're aimed towards maybe a longbow as well.
This should. I don't know if we can even trust you with a bow, Tartan, but it should enhance your ability to hit at least, if you wanted to. Attune to it.
I'm going to give him a nod. Maybe sticking to range might be a better option for me. After, the skydiving incident.
Well, we'll see what the rest of the group thinks once you've shot them in the back with an arrow.
Well, I appreciate you looking at the bow anyway, and Tartan's just going to kind of give a gentle nod and go back and play his one note that he can play on it because he doesn't have a flute to...
Dung, dung.
Twang, 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 twang.
The best way I can summarize the longbow, now that you know that, is that it could be a ceremonial longbow. Next item.
What purpose does a ceremonial longbow have? Shooting apples off people's heads? Who knows?
Questions? Maybe
Coming of
related
age,
to-
passed down through.
No? No?
All right. Well, I think Harok wanted his armor, right? Or the armor.
Go ahead and roll. So 21 for this. I didn't really need to check out of you. Your actual backstory can answer this question. You've seen this particular armor on Temerian sailors, particularly not the soldiers' orders and certain things, but actually crew members and whatnot that might be upon noble ships or other sorts of private business ships that are hired as kind of hired hands or guard. This is Elvish chainmail.
Oh. This you might find useful, Harok. It's elven chainmail. Should be very light. Popular on ships, as you can imagine. Falling overboard in proper armor would be, well, not a problem for me, but for most others.
Oh, sure, I'll take it.
Can always sell it in Othim.
Next one.
I mean, if Sir Dougal presents it, I don't know. Maybe he's being secretive with his little talisman.
My precious man.
Absolutely. Sir Dougal takes his place in line and plops down next to you and probably spills a little bit of what he's drinking on you, and hands you the necklace.
$17. It's difficult to tell. The runes themselves are really kind of hinting at potential of sustainment of the spirit, in that there might be some sort of stabilizing effect there. But beyond that, that's all you can really tell.
So, not cursed.
Well, there's no way to know for sure, even if I had the proper magic to identify. Cursed items are, by nature, tricky, Sir Dougal. If you're worried about it being cursed, I'd recommend Tardan attune to it first, just to be sure. I'm sure that his stone will protect him.
Just put it on, Sir Dougal. Maybe it'll talk to you like that hammer thing or the ring, whichever one it was that was talking to us the other day.
Okay. He slams it on and heads to bed.
Okay.
I'll take first watch.
Okay.
I'll take second.
All right. So as the night progresses forward, some of you, right, kind of writing your journals, taking notes, getting rest, right, taking just a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break from the fight that you just had encountered, healing your wounds. You all have gone a long rest. So I'm going to go advance it to the time here, roughly 5:30 in the morning, given the situation that the snow itself has somewhat subsided as far as you can tell. It's difficult now because you're encased in snow, so you're really just seeing kind of a little bit of sunlight poking through and noting that maybe it's not just overcast and crazy snow and there's no movement around you. So you're feeling like it's going to be all right today. And pause the wind effect there, noting you're in the bubble itself. There's also snow around, just you're probably not able to hear at this point. So, simple question I have to ask, given that you have put it on yourself. Sir Dougal, are you attuning to the item?
Absolutely.
As you sleep, to the whispers, a little bit of the item itself kind of reached out towards you. Seem to have kind of subtly this similar phrasing of not necessarily something that was coherent, but the whispers that were coming out in the simple phrasing was bring back to life, kind of summarizing these whispers, and it was a little bit of a collective as they kind of came to you. As you wake, tune to the item, spending time with that item, figuring out what this potentially is, you feel imbued in that your actual life, if you do potentially die, you will be stabilized. This is a periapt of wound closure. While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you roll hit die to regain hit points, double the number of hit points it restores.
Wow.
Wow.
And the reason Nereus wanted to take first watch is because he wanted to examine the ring, even if it's without the spell, because he was going to attune to it, but he didn't want to if he thought there might be something questionable. Because, I mean, he's wary of cursed items. He's not stupid.
Okay.
But
Go
we'll
ahead.
see if
Yeah.
anything-
Go ahead and roll your arcane if you like. Take the 22. You can roll with advantage if you want. If you're going to do it.
I mean, the spell would have been over. Like, he's
Okay.
trying to do it without the party knowing. That's why.
Makes sense. The ring and the magic that is sent out by this ring, but the 22 Arcana check, transmutation magic, it seems to be high level. Seems to kind of talk about something with the mind and using it to control objects.
Okay. Yeah, then need to tune to it as well.
Spending time with this. This is a ring of telekinesis. I don't know if you have familiar with this item. This item is a very rare item. This is the rarest item in the lot. While wearing this ring, you can cast the telekinesis spell at will, but you can only target objects that aren't being worn or carried.
Oh dang! You can't just shove Tartan down on the ground over and over again. Now I feel bad because this would be great for anybody.
Yeah, no, it's a great thing. So again, if you're the disclaimer there, I think I might have misread that, but you can target only objects that aren't being worn.
Yeah.
So you can't like remove something from somebody that they're wearing or whatever, but you can actually cast it potentially on like somebody, like a creature.
Oh, just not object pulling, but you can still hit creatures with it.
Yeah, so you can try to move a huge or smaller creature based on the spell, and you can move objects up to move an object that weighs up to 1,000 pounds. Extremely powerful, this item.
If anybody wants this, please. I didn't. Because anybody could use this. It'd be great for anybody.
Yeah, the difficulty is that why it works best with you is because it's based a lot of it. If you're doing it upon some creature, doing it like a harmful way, not utility, that it will use your spellcasting ability. So we're related to that. The ring by default, if no spellcasting is there, it defaults to intelligence.
Yeah, I think it makes the most sense with you anyway, because then it gives you something else beyond kind of your water spells. I think it's a cool little addition to Nereus.
I mean, when you get shoved off a cliff, you do this to yourself, I guess.
I mean, as long as you do it before we get to Othema so I can grab the ice, like, I'm cool with it. I understand. I get it. I did just almost get you killed in a freezing ice breath. So, Arden understands.
They still never have to, like, open doors again or close doors.
True. Never have to worry about traps again, right?
I don't know if that's true.
Well,
I went ahead.
door traps anyway.
I went ahead and grabbed the spell and put it into your spell list and configured it to be at will, as long as you are attuned and wearing the ring, which you currently are. All right, the Elven Chain does not require attunement, and went ahead and dragged that already into your inventory. So you gain +1 bonus to AC while wearing this armor, and then you are considered proficient with this armor even if you lack proficiency with medium armor. So you don't actually have to have proficiency with Elven Chain to wear it. And then Tardan, you have the longbow.
Yep.
Okay. Classified as a longbow +1, I went ahead and labeled it as a ceremonial elvish longbow to kind of note it as what was described by Nereus, getting that information as well as seeing it, looking at it. What's in your inventory?
Sweet.
There you go. Didn't expect that, did you? Nereus. Oh, my precious.
Well, I feel bad as a player. Jeez. I thought there'd just be, something cool, like watery theme that he could have taken. I was like, yeah.
It's all the rolls. I have. Loot is all based on hordes, anyways. It's all based on a loot table. So.
Well, if anybody wants it, just let me know. Cause...
You always sell it.
Even more or sell it. Yeah.
So we'll go ahead
We
and
can sell it. We have more coin than we can carry. What are you selling?
I mean, really, if we'd known and identified this ring, we could have put the stuff on a plank and then carried the pile of
You
silver.
could have just kept moving it.
It's 1,000 pounds, right? So we just need something to lift up
You need a chest or something, right? You need that.
Or just like a plank, or like a platform, like something just solid that you just lift. It's 1,000 pounds.
Or
What do
just
you mean
have
it's
Sir Dougal pick it all up, and then you just move Dougal.
Yeah, break his arms. Just lie flat, Dougal. It's fine.
So you all wake up. Bubble itself begins to slowly dissolve, and after it does, the snow caves in. Covered in snow, pulling yourselves up, freezing cold now with the snow all around you and on top of you. You're able to get out of it. Noticing that it fell a great number of inches of snow through the night. You're now getting towards that level, and most of your walking at this point, right, is going to be shoved into the actual snow as you make way. With the survival check of an 18, definitely able to make snowshoes right out of the evergreen trees and branches and thickets and things. Just taking a little bit of extra time in the morning, you can all make snowshoes for yourself and helping you out through this journey on the trek down. And as you take that time constructing those, eating your rations, right, whatever food you have for breakfast, you don't have any sort of kind of sight the trees as you begin to make way towards through the switchbacks towards the south, but it's sunny, a little bit of overcast. It's not snowing. It's nice. Temperature still cold, but it's starting to warm up as you get towards the valley. And again, that day of travel is going to take you to the valley. So as we progress through the day, anybody wants to do anything, can always go ahead and stop me as you go through the difficult terrain. Just going to go ahead and cycle through the days. We get towards kind of that fast travel kind of esque part of the game sometimes that I do. So you get towards the valley, the night beginning to fall. I'm going to go ahead and probably push it towards like 11 at this point, knowing that it hasn't snowed. It still has yet to snow, but it looks like it's coming now that you've come into the valley. You have an outstretch of sight lines of what you can see. You've kind of made your way off of the mountainside and towards a few of the lower foothills, and then eventually the flat escape of the valley. And thickets kind of dot every so often. You don't necessarily see a whole lot here. There's no creatures that you can stretch and look. You come across a couple of bears that were making and kind of roaming through and settling down, bedding themselves for potentially winter. But beyond that, nothing else that you had actually observed through the day of travel. Rinse and repeat, most likely setting up the bubble again. Kind of create the bubble, find a spot, resting out, getting the good long rest. And progressing through another long rest. No reason to do it in your sheets. I'm just going to advance it through the day. Advance it through the night, I should say. And then kind of arising in the morning. Another use of rations. At this point, not really a reason to do a survival check. You can see in the distance towards the south the opening, a large pass, if you will, that kind of splits the mountains of the Frosthorn. And noting that they kind of come down in a very interesting and jagged way. You have kind of Kiff Lake up ahead of you. You can see the embankment rolling down, and then that flat piece of ice that goes with shifting winds of the snow moving. You can always kind of cling to the mountainside and go that way, which is kind of a safer option, being on kind of the edge of the lake, and so you're kind of rounding that way and making that. Now, this journey itself through the actual valley into Uthema is going to be another day. So you're going to be, not today, you're going to get there, but the next day. So as we continue to huff it, continue to move it, just going to go ahead and advance the time so that we don't have to kind of linger upon it. Traveling on that day, and you will arrive in Uthema at roughly 9:30 in the morning on the actual second day after moving at a quickened pace through the actual valley, noting travel times as well as distance. In that time frame of travel through the whole day and then into a little bit of the other day there is some things I do in my games. So skills and languages are something that you can all teach each other. So when we get to a period where it's not difficult terrain and that we're just kind of cruising along, you can actually teach each other, taking that day, potentially a language or a skill, and that is determinant on rolls. So if there's something that you're looking to kind of learn from somebody you've seen them doing, and you want to be, hey, I want to figure out how you do that. I want to learn that. Or potentially, if you know someone's used to like a language, and you're just like, man, I should learn that language. sometimes when we get to these times where we're just kind of cruising through to place, we can take that time frame and use that to learn those things. So nothing.
Anyone know Draconic?
I do know Draconic after level 6.
That'd be a cool one to learn. Unless you wanted something else. I saw you start to talk at the same time, Hurok.
I'll teach you Draconic if you teach me Elvish.
Deal.
Okay. Teaching each other languages. I need both of you to roll intelligence checks. Awesome. Okay. So Harak, you're teaching. You're getting the vibe. It's a little bit difficult, but you're able to do it. I need both of you now to roll percentile dice. Heyo, there we go. Awesome.
Great.
Both of you learn them. Nice work. Teach each other in a day.
Let's go.
You can't write it, but you have the basis of what actually, right, or of actually speaking it. So you're learning it, and now that you have the language, you can add it to your character sheets. And then it's just assumed at this point that you would be taking the education further yourselves, or even working off each other later in your adventures, right? Just kind of saying, hey, how would I write this, or how would this word, or whatever. And so you have the language now just to speak it verbally, right? So you can get in that verbatim, kind of going back and forth. So just picking up on those essential notes of communication. All right. Anybody else? Nobody? All right. So I'm going to change my camera background. And
Bum, bum, bum.
I know, right?
Because you're not in a cave anymore.
And I'm going to go ahead and configure both of these maps to be all players.
We can fix that. Do we see any caves? Can we get sidetracked for the 12 dozenth time?
Might not be the best option. I'm going to go and activate the one with the districts just for the stream view, but you can cycle back and forth whichever map you would prefer. One has districts, the other one does not. So, as you come across through the pass, again, the tightening of the crack, still wide, many miles wide, in fact, and has a kind of a D-grade with foothills kind of crackling through. You notice there is a number of actual campfires towards the east at this juncture as you kind of make way about a few miles, I should say, northeast of the actual city that you're now kind of rounding around in the pass and observing. These fires are kind of dotting around another small, very narrow crack within the actual mountains that they kind of curve into them at the eastern side. And as you come to a juncture of road, forms a little bit of a T, dirt and rock, and it's entrenched and trampled through, and you're noticing many different boot prints as well as like wagon wheels. There's a sign, one of which is a kind of a stone, kind of almost like a pillar that just kind of pushes away into an obelisk. In a fashion like an obelisk, right? And it has a little bit of a label with an engraved of an arrow as it points towards the east on another smaller entrenched path that goes towards that crack, goes towards that kind of opening towards your east of a smaller pass. And it notes it as Tholnir, one in Dwarvish and another one in Common. And the campfires are surrounding that pass and kind of spilling outwards. And you also see individuals wearing backpacks, others with kind of items above them holding upon the shoulders. There are kind of several of these guard kind of you're noticing, again, very far into the distance, but you notice they're armored. You can't see surcoats or tabards or anything. You just kind of see them as armored, and they're kind of helping the individuals, kind of helping as items are dropping off of them. Some of them have carts, like wheelbarrows, that they're kind of pulling. Livestock such as mountain goats or boar are apparent. And they appear to all be dwarfs except for the guard. the guard are kind of taller in stature. Some are a little bit shout, maybe towards the dwarf, but mainly a variety of diverse, right? Whereas the other folks that they hear where the sign is going in that road and then to the pass are just dwarfs, and they're kind of holding their stuff and they're kind of making way down. And so many of them are families, it seems. There's children and whatnot. And they have a whole diverse range of possessions that they're holding on to. And it's quite odd. None of them are around you per se. You're having a great distance of mileage between these and potentially them, but they're coming towards you in the room, and potentially in the next hour or two, right? If you just stayed where you're at. The other sign that you're observing is the sign that goes towards the city, as well as goes further south. South, it notes it is Gorn Valley. It is a wooden sign that's beautifully carved and ornate, and kind of comes with two kind of legs upright towards the sign. It has the arrow towards the much wider road at this point. That's the same, matching that to a similar sign that leads towards Othema. Othema to the west, Gorn Valley to the south. You are headed towards Othema, right? That's kind of where your destination was before. That's where you're noting. It's like, hey, seeing the city itself, you just feel like, let's get out of this environment, right? Let's get comfortable. Let's get warm, right? Let's go somewhere where it's not a small mining village or perhaps a village filled with frost giants, right? Let's actually go to a city, or essentially someplace we go, a tavern, right? Get a room, get some supplies, whatever the business is. So I'm going to describe this for you here. So it is a noble city and protrudes from the mountainside west of the main road that leads out of the Frosthorn. Large 30-feet stone walls encompass the city as it staggers in elevation to the keep that is roughly kind of 200 to 300 feet above the wall, outer wall level. As you approach now, taking on the journey, I'm going to advance the time as you kind of go for a couple hours, right, with it in your sight line down the road. There are evergreen trees, now little scatterings of small kind of trees and other things as the mountainside kind of wraps around the city, and they are spur-offs of the mountainside. So kind of saplings or seedlings in the thickets. There's a bit of rocks and other sorts of things there. And so now that you're getting closer, you can see guards, soldiers, and paladins adorned in the surcoat of their lord, patrolling high upon the walls and towers every 30 feet. Upon the actual wall itself, in certain segments, is interior spaces. So the outer wall actually has like arrow slits and a covering to it of pure stone. The towers protrude higher up, even still, roughly 15 to 20 feet. They don't necessarily have an interior space except for some arrow slits, and then on top of them, they actually have ballista, so large kind of siege weaponry, and they're aimed towards the sky with razors and other things. The soldiers and the guard, they carry halberds, long swords, shields, and crossbows, and they seem to have almost masterwork half plate or plate armor on. It's beautifully made. The colors of the surcoats are a pale purple with the symbol of Falor, a perched silver griffin across the chest. The walls are a white granite, and they match the keep that is at the back side of the city that is above that you're kind of seeing. Each entrance through the wall consists of a double wooden door and a barred gate. Mechanisms in the interior segment above them raise and lower that gate, that metal barred gate. And two towers flank the gates, and they are armed with ballistas as well. Braziers along the wall, in addition to the towers, create that ambiance of dim light, potentially in the dead of night, kind of giving a little bit of a grandeur of a presence to this specific place. So there is an interior wall, and it surrounds the Othema Keep, or Falor Keep, in the grounds, in the gardens that are there. The wall is about 20 feet tall, so less, and then has the same in consisting of towers at the intervals of 30 feet. There is another interior wall space, and that is around the what is noted on the map as the Holy District. And that wall itself is void of towers, is only 15 feet tall, and then has semi-arched kind of entrances with double doors that can be barred. It's not a wall that is designed to be walked upon, but more or less to kind of create separation and lock down the district if necessary, in protection of something. that is within a kind of a cathedral at this distance is the best way you can see it. It's a large structure with this vaulted stained glass windows in the distance. The cobbled roads are usually covered with snow and ice. Each morning, common folk arise and sweep off the snow and ice, leaving scattered patches of revealed road. Interestingly, the kind of the area, the large area in the city center, which is the Holy District, that's up there on that kind of plateau, less in elevation the floor keeps. You're seeing both, right? That staggered kind of look to it is actually quite warm and actually melts away the snow and ice that's around it. So that area itself doesn't have any snow and it's warm in conditions. The residents of Othema, they are worshippers of Pelor. And without getting into the details, just the chatter on the streets when we actually get into the city, they speak of this kind of thing called the Sun Tree and note the phenomenon of the Holy District to it. And that resides within what they will call as the Sun Tree Cathedral. That is really common chatter in the actual city when we come to it, which is information I can give you now. Most of the trade occurs in the market within this unusually kind of warm area. An interior 15-foot kind of, again, that wall surrounds it. So there is a market within the Holy District, and that's where most of the trading happens for pilgrimage and other sorts of folk. There are smaller trading areas, one in the Drift, and then there is a large trading area in a sense that traders that come here that don't have a place to stay because the housing is tight and closed off in the Drift and owned by, potentially individuals. Right, where do we go to stay? And so they kind of formed a district of their own outside of the city walls and pitched themselves. As this city is so far in the north and so out there in consideration of the valley, that traders that come here want to stay for long times to sell their wares and to make profit and actually have something come of it, right? So the structures in the city, as you approach the open double wooden doors and the barred gates, you're coming up to the wall now. You see the guards looking down on you. Some of the individuals now you kind of caught up on the road are actually more dwarves. Seeing them, many of them seem frightened and scared, sweating as well from hard journey traveled. They have house items. You're noticing clay pots, metal pans, blankets, other sorts of knickknacks and trinkets. They are quickly moving to get inside. You notice that some soldiers are actually just outside of the opening of the double wooden door and the barred kind of semi-arched 20-foot wide segment. And they're helping them, kind of looking and talking to them in common and then helping them through and shuffling them in, looking upright and yelling upwards. And from hearing that, they're giving numbers. 2 more from Tholnir. And they're kind of pushing them through. More soldiers inside are grabbing them, seem to have almost like clipboards of sorts, taking note with ink pen, quill, and then they're shuffling and pointing in the direction of the Holy District. And they're kind of saying thank you, and very much so, and they're continuing. As you come to here, come to the actual gate. One of the soldiers looks towards you, raises an eyebrow, the other one kind of looks in the direction. And then slowly and calmly the soldier walks up. Appears to be a human, has slightly brownish hair, wearing a helm, right, that kind of crests down with 2 eye slits that come down. Very typical kind of plate helm, if you will, and then has the surcoat and whatnot. Currently has the weapons sheathed, does not have a halberd, just kind of a long sword to the side, and then a shield upon the actual back. It's kind of strapped down. Satchel, other sorts of equipment. Comes walking up. I'm going to go ahead and cue the medieval town. Are you refugees from Tholnir? Don't look the part. You're not dwarfs.
No, we actually, long story, we're from Harak, up the mining camp. I'm gonna point up the ridge.
From Harak. Ah, I see. You're expecting a caravan to come through here.
Yeah, we're all that's left.
Okay. So you're with the Rock Mining Company, and you were with the caravan that was supposed to get here.
As I said, it's a long story. We were. Yes. Yeah, the answer is yes. We have, I believe, somewhere, and I'm going to like pat myself, a note from Duke Umbrine Arillo. And I don't know who has the note on him, but I do remember that we got the signed note before we got on the first day. So, if anyone knows who actually has the note.
So out of character, you were on the caravan,
Yes.
and then you backtracked.
We still had the note, right?
You still have the note, but you didn't leave with the caravan.
Nope. That's a lie. Yep.
So it's been many days. I don't know what you're trying to convey. So if you're lying or deceitful, but it's been a great number of days since that's happened, right? And they took what Kalan had basically stated was that they would still leave, right? They would refill and go on schedule. And so what this soldier is telling you that even on schedule they have not received the caravan.
Oh, I didn't even think about that part.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to clarify because you left the second time you were not on the caravan, and the caravan had not left
Yep.
yet.
Yep. I was just trying to bluff our way into town the easiest way that I could.
Yeah, I mean if you want to deceit for it, go for it. Give me a roll. Which
21.
towards you is you have the letter right from the Duke. Hands out the hand to take it.
I'll go ahead and pass him the note.
It looks at it. I see. Hands it back. Well, I probably make way to Fort Frostbeard to speak to Commander Ringler Uku and let him know that the caravan didn't make it. I'm glad that you all are alive. We haven't had a great number of them as of late. They seem to not make it here. And, well, we gotta get that iron ore for the weapons and things. At least that's what Ringlar says. This note, though, it's definitely worth maybe talking to Lord Thal and Falor. Maybe first speak to Commander Ringler Uku and he can get you an audience with the Lord.
We'll definitely take that under advisement. I think for now, after unfortunately having to make it on foot after what happened, we'll probably be looking for a place to stay. Is there anywhere close by the entrance you would recommend?
Well, yeah, there's entrance-wise, I mean, the closest tavern here, I believe it's Mountainside Tavern, and then the Stormy Inn across the street has rooms. Fantastic place, good food. Many people, many soldiers, many scars for Falor, the city. We go there and eat ourselves sometimes if we don't eat the gruel up on the Fort Frostbeard. If you got the coin for it, try staying in the actual Holy District. The Zealous flag in there. I'm sure they have rooms. We're kind of pitching out the refugees from Tholnir up in the Holy District around the cathedral, given that it's warm and comfortable. We got tents pitched up and supplies and food and whatnot we're running. And then if you have even more coin yet, and if they do have rooms, they usually don't. You can always go to the High Squire, normally filled with Falor paladins and other sorts of noble regal figures that are staying for court.
What's causing all the refugees from Tholnir? We've obviously been trapped in the north for quite a while, so news didn't really reach us.
Well, it's recently happened. As far as what they're telling and we've sent a few patrols just to help and get the refugees through the pass. Tholnir is a dwarven city. It's occupied by Clan Alderfist. What these people are saying, these refugees are saying, is that they were attacked by a dragon.
A dragon, you say?
What kind of dragon?
I don't know. They're saying it's a dragon. Many of them didn't even see the creature. It's just been hearsay, word of mouth. Tholnir, I've never been there. some of the dwarfs, I've soldiers, clan officers. I work with them. I'm on post with them. They speak of Stolnir as a very defensible and almost it's in the mountain. It's multi-leveled. I can't even imagine a dragon get in there, but it happened apparently, and they're scared. Many of them, they flee, they ran. Many of them lost relatives, loved ones. So we're just doing the best we can. And we've got our own troubles to worry about. We have another. I mean, it could have been the same dragon. I don't know. It comes and we've seen it flying overhead and to the north in the valley hunting, and it's gotten more bold. Some of our patrols that we send out into the road to kind of keep track of Remoraz movements, they have not returned. Some of them have had survived. They flee and they state they were attacked by a dragon. It could be the same one. So we're on high alert here. Like the Lord's even thinking about locking down the city after we get all the refugees in, at least the ones we can save.
Well, then we should hurry inside.
Yeah, more than welcome to head inside and find yourself a room and get some food and get some rest. Again, yeah. Hopefully have a good stay and see other refugees now. In the distance, in the draw, just kind of looks in the back there and notes the air and kind of looks up. And a couple of guard are now exchanging posts, kind of shaking hands and bend to the shoulder. I'm on break now. I got to get lunch, so it's good talking with you all, and welcome to Athema.
Appreciate that. I'm gonna give him a gentle bow.
I'll wait till we're out of earshot. Did he say what kind of dragon? He didn't.
He didn't, but we can probably try to find some of the refugees and ask around pretty quietly. I assume that's Ethern that he's talking about to the north. I'd like to keep my ear out, see if anyone's seen him in a few days after setting him free. Other than that, does anyone have anything they want to take care of while we're here, now that we have civilization? Besides the food. I know we all want the food. And the alcohol.
I wonder if there's like a money changer we could convert our 4,000 pounds of coins into something more transient.
See if there's like a bank that we can deposit some of it in.
Or a bag of holding.
Or change it into something. Gems.
Yeah, we can certainly go for a shopping spree. Let's ask around and see where the sales are, where the shops may be. And I guess we'll flag down anyone that looks like they're from town and not a refugee. So obviously none of the dwarves.
I'd be interested in seeing this tree that everyone keeps talking about.
That too, and it seems like that's where the refugees are kind of headed as well. Shall we just follow the refugees then?
How many people are actually here? I mean, is
So
it like
at the
shoulder to shoulder, like New York
Yeah.
City type thing?
Not
or-
necessarily New York City. We haven't really gotten quite to the streets yet. I'll give a description of what the housing in the streets really look like. At the entrance, though, it's a little congested. There's refugees still talking with some of the soldiers, right? Getting some of which are kind of collecting themselves before they make way, even kind of keeping track of the items they have. Some are saying, "Do we go back? Do we? Grandmother's urn," things like that. That kind of conversation of being like, could we even get back to the city? Right? Is it still existing? So If you're looking to get that information, you can easily go up to a refugee right now and ask them. That's not a problem to do. If you're going more nonchalant, maybe not asking directly at the entrance, you can kind of follow in the direction of where they're staying, and then maybe go through the sea of tents or whatever it is they've depicted. So yeah, so the answer to your question is just here, but in the actual city, we'll get to that.
Before we go in, can I ask these refugees with orcish subtlety just what color the dragon is supposed to be, if anyone has seen it or seen it at that level of detail?
You're asking the refugees.
Like, is it a white dragon? I guess.
So you kind of move by and just nonchalant, you're just asking one as you're kind of passing by.
Yeah.
So you see, it used to be maybe a couple, potentially one of them looks around. What? Dragon here?
No, the one you're running from.
We're not running from a dragon. No, we're not running from a dragon. That dragon damn attacked us. We had no choice.
Well, regardless, what color was the dragon?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything to that. I'm just gonna keep on hassling these guys until I find out.
So you're going on to the next one?
Yeah. I feel like that's... I don't know. I gotta know if we just let this guy loose to kill a bunch of dwarves. I'll go for a few minutes. I don't want to hold up the group.
So you two eventually see twins, approach the twins, look towards, or kind of grabbing onto different kind of jugs as they're almost moving them around from a cart of some kind. Many of them are smashed. They're like, oh no! And it's all ale, it seems to be, is spilling out of the actual cart, noting that they kind of have a mixture of supplies, glassware, and other things. Brewmasters, essentially, as they're kind of arguing with each other. Both of them have the kind of auburn hair, fair complexion, blue eyes, great bushy beards. They're both twinned down into kind of a ponytail style. They're kind of shoving each other, getting into a little bit of a pissing match.
Well, I'm just gonna go up without any ceremony or See, like, was it a white dragon?
Looks in the direction. Both of them. White? Well, it was white. The other one goes, was it silver? I don't know. I don't know dragons. No, it definitely was white. It was white.
Can I wave Tarden over and get him to... Actually, I have a dragon scale. I'll show him. Like, was it this color or was it silver?
Look towards it. It's more shinier than that.
Okay. I don't remember out of character. Who has the silver one?
Not like any of us.
I think we do.
Indigo.
I have a silver dragon scale.
No.
No, he's silver gem.
Oh. I show the belt.
The pieces fit together.
I show the belt with the gem in it.
Showing a rock.
You showing me? Or
Yeah, are you showing Harak the belt, or are you showing the twins, the twin dwarfs?
Just holding it up for display for who, like, for the conversation to
Yeah, the twin dwarfs are looking at the scale, and they're both saying it's more shinier than that. And so you're holding the belt to look towards. They're confused at this point.
Okay, I'll point at the gemstone in the belt and say, "Was it this color?"
I don't know. It looks kind of like it.
But if you
put the-
had to,
Put the belt back on.
I don't know much about dragons, and neither do I.
we're not asking about dragons. We're asking about colors.
Well, what do you want to know? It was whitish. It's definitely more shinier than that scale. That scale seems really, what is the word? What's the term? Ooh,
Opaque?
blunt.
Oh.
So that might just be the same dragon, but this one isn't all. You were all there for the conversation.
How many days ago did it attack? I'm just going to chime into the conversation.
We've been working on the pass for about 2 days now. It's the third day that we got here.
How many days ago were we fighting? Actually, what was the date that we were fighting you? So we would be on like the 25th. We were fighting him.
You have traveled for 3 days. This is the third day.
So the day we fought Etherin, the city got attacked all the way. 3 days worth of travel south.
Right there.
I mean, he has a...
should help you out with your information. You basically stated that at the same time, relatively the same time, day, this happened.
Not Etherin.
So I can give you.
We should see if we can find a book in town about dragons. Maybe that'll point us in the right direction. I mean, we know the colors of the other 5 dragons. We may as well learn as much as we can about them. I'm sure there's a bookshop here, right? A library, something. Hopefully not a holy, indoctrinated place, but, None of
What's
this
wrong with-
Kaelor stuff.
What's wrong with the holy indoctrinated place?
Look, I've been told what to do enough times in my life. I don't need a higher power doing it anymore. I'm good. We're just gonna roll with it. Tardar's just gonna kind of like shake his head at the whole idea of anything to do with the higher power.
Why are you traveling with Nereus then?
I mean, Nereus I don't have to listen to. And I usually don't. And we see how that works out. And maybe I should listen to Nereus a little bit more. But I'm not going to. Because that's just not in my nature. It's just not something I'm going to do. Just throwing it out there.
I hope you won't forget the deal we made, Tardan.
Yeah, you get 12 hours.
Yes, you better listen to me when I want you to be quiet.
Yeah, you get one time.
Far be it from me to ever put support behind anything Tardan says, but have you all forgotten those devotees trying to murder us on the beach in the past, or wherever that was? Maybe we should find out exactly what happened up there, however long ago that was.
Do we even know where that was?
At the lake, Tardan, were you not paying attention?
There's no way that was the same lake.
Well, I'm I'm fine pretending like I'm a devotee of Paler. Oh, praise the sun who brings warmth to the ocean.
All right, let's go find that inn and get some food, guys.
Which inn?
The nicest one, I think.
I prefer to stay in the most modest one.
The nicest one, yes.
Oh, I feel like we have plenty of silver to pay for it. Indigo.
Oh, I didn't know that just because we had money, we had to splurge.
Are you planning on taking it with you after the next dragon freezes you into a solid block?
I think there's better things you can do with gold than spend it on a fancy room.
You might be right, but we're spending silver.
I really fucking hate you.
Personally, as much as it's going to probably make Nereus hate me some more, I have to agree. It's been a long time since I've had a real bed. You know, almost since I left home. And I had a really nice bed, let me tell you. I slept in until like noon. I vote for the nice place.
We can always move Indigo after one night if it's really that grating, but once you lounged in silken sheets, it's hard to go sitting in some hut made by a backwater idiot.
You know,
Or
and-
something comparable.
Well, 4 of us are going to get turned away at the door, so it might not matter.
Wait, which 4 are you referring to? I can pass as high class.
I quietly follow and watch the new money and see what they do with it.
Okay. So you're all heading to the High Squire then, the most expensive tavern, right? That's what I'm hearing.
That's what it sounds like.
We need to get Indigo like addicted to gambling or something, so getting him some vices.
We'll just offer to buy him a shiny 10 gold book, and he'll be happy.
A shiny book.
Yeah.
All right, so you begin to make your way through the city. The structures in the city are made of stone, wood, clay, and straw. Very few have windows, and those that do have metal and stone window frames. On some of the large paladin estates, wooden framed windows are found. Large 2- or 3-story townhomes occupy the northeastern section of the city, known as kind of the Drift. In a way, they are smashed together. I mean, if you ever, I mean, this is the Eastern LA kind of thing. I mean, these are, if you ever look at topographic wise, the houses just kind of adjoin small little tight alleyways. Guilds, businesses, and shops are single or 2-story and reside in the southeastern part of the city that kind of wraps towards the south of the city, which has these large and immaculate metallic framed and glass paneled greenhouses. And they stand high into the air and even over the walls themselves in these half cylindrical structures that are there. Around the interior walls, so that is the Holy District, there are some estates, right? So there are people that actually live there, but they are really those that have devoted their lives to Pelor. They're potentially cleric families or priest or priestesses families. Some of them take in actual studies or initiates into the fold, into the worship, right? And they teach them. So very much, which is different than, in a sense, like the Elder, you might have kind of a large cathedral that educates and teaches. This cathedral does the same, but it's more of a tight-knit community. And then if there are outsiders or potentially other Pelor worshippers that come here and they want to study and they want to learn from the Sun Tree, the others up here, the higher kind of chain, if you will. They need to have a little bit of an inside scoop, right? They need to have some tie-in or some real reason to do that here, or show maybe even more promise in their powers of the divine. A portion of the city is dedicated to a cemetery and crypt. Many of those who worship Pelor actually request to be buried in. They want to be close to the Sun Tree. So this is why that city, the city itself, has that large section. So you navigate. You can either navigate through the Holy District. You can go around it. Right, the doors and so the double-wooden doors that are there are open, so you can easily go through. And you can start kind of getting an idea of what that is. You can also pass by the drift side. You can go around to the south. Again, it seems that there is a straight shot aimed to get to the Holy District, and then maybe even a straight shot through the city to get to Flora Keep and the estates. So you're headed for the High Squire. The High Squire is here, so that is actually on the whole opposite side in the Noble District, in the middle of all of those paladin, those beautiful estates that are walled themselves. Trees and other shrubbery grows there. The sidewalks are pristine. They're swept off. The roads are wider. It's just a completely different side. And just going through the city at this point, I'm going to note what you see at the cathedral. So the Sun Tree Cathedral does have windows. It's large vaulted stained glass windows in a very cathedral-esque design, made of stone primarily, with hints and kind of bits of actual wood that accent the pieces. Through there, you can see a tree, and you're looking at the trees towards the back side or the eastern side of the structure. It seems to be kind of almost growing out of the stone ground or the white marble flooring, if you will, and goes all the way up to the ceiling height, which is roughly 120 feet in height. And it kind of goes, and it's really just a tree with some branches that are coming off. And just looking at it, you're like, wow, that's not really that immaculate. It's a tree with white bark. And you notice there's individuals that are in there kind of moving around, many of them robed in white garments with the symbol of Pelor, a circular sun with rays that kind of spiral around. And that's either on a pendant or an amulet, or it's actually on the actual vestments towards the back to the shoulder. There's also paladins in there wearing the full surcoat, their guard that are in there. There's dwarfs that are wounded in there that they're healing. There's clerical folk. Some of them have tomes and books that they're looking through, and they have large satchels that they're pulling out medicines and other sorts of things. And then you come towards the west side of the actual Sun Tree Cathedral, passing by either the Library of Light, or you're passing either by the another Zealous Flagon, another tavern. And that's where you have the large tents. And they actually have now kind of pushed out the traders that would otherwise be there. So the trade that would happen in that large courtyard outside of the Sun Tree Cathedral is now occupied by tents. Clerics, paladins, guard are helping to give aid. Some priestesses they're making way. Some individuals are being picked up that are really wounded, and they're being brought into some of the larger homes, potentially that they need full recovery, full treatment. And you're seeing a lot of love, right? Hope. People kind of telling them that it's going to be okay, everything's going to be fine. Pelor is here to give you light, to give you strength. You will survive. And there is just a great harmony here. In addition, the temperature, which was outside of these walls and around the Sun Tree, the temperature itself was right around 23 degrees Fahrenheit. In here, it is 65 degrees Fahrenheit. So you're warm. And there's no snow. And you can see that the overcast is forming little snowdrops. And as they kind of fall down, they hit into something and they just kind of vaporize. And you're like, that's odd. Continue to press through. You eventually get to the High Squire, which has its own map. Known as a tavern for nobles, the establishment has, immediately when you approach on the door, has a no entry policy for anyone that has not pledged themselves to Pelor. As such, looking through the windows, if you were able to kind of make your way to the south side of the building there upon the path, is commonly filled with paladins, clerics, nobles, or soldiers that have the coin, and they have pledged themselves to the Lord. There is it's a small clay tiled roofed wooden stone stable. A small clay tiled roof wooden stone stable sits adjacent to the tavern on the eastern side, and that's filled with prized horses with barding and wagons like stagecoaches. A few drivers are currently sitting there smoking pipes and drinking and eating out there with little round tables that they pitched out for themselves, noting that they were not allowed entry into it, but they're potentially drivers for the very nobles that are staying in there. The courtyard that's between them is a little bit wide. There's a water feature, there's shrubbery there, and then you get to the tavern, which we're currently on as far as the map is concerned. The sign that showcases the tavern, which is hanging across there, noting up there on the map, has this kind of a rhombus-shaped rune with the letter S at its center. The single wooden and metal-etched door with the sign that signifies the entry policy is a beautiful silver handle with a kind of an ornate kind of curl to it that comes through. Oh, what do you do?
Does anyone know anything about this Falor god?
Falor is the lord here, Tardan.
Oh yeah, that's right.
If you're asking, does anybody know anything about Palor?
Yeah, that one.
No. Something, sure. Yeah, something. He is. We're familiar with him, certainly. Where I'm from, he represents summer, the sun, light. Truth and transparency. It's not such a terrible higher power.
Every higher power is terrible when used incorrectly.
There's some pretty bad higher powers out there, man. This one's pretty good.
Well,
Well, I didn't walk all this way to not cause some trouble.
oh boy.
So we clearly are not aligned with the Lord. It says we should not go in, but we're going to go in anyway. Is that what I'm getting from you?
Looks like Karak's already in.
Indigo, we can pledge ourselves to the Lord while we're here.
So, inside, white marble accompanies the bar, tables, and bathroom. Wooden flooring sits everywhere else. A kitchen with white silk-covered doorways resides in the northwestern corner. A sign-covered entrance gives way to it on the western side of the building. Cups, pitchers, platters, and silverware of gold or silver are apparent. The tables are separated by latticed wooden privacy screens and pillars. Plush, cotton, and wool-filled silk lounge chairs with small wooden tables of something similar and line most of the walls that are unoccupied. A grand staircase ascends to the second floor, which contains 3 suites for esteemed guests visiting nobles that do not have enough room on their own estates, or those that are there for court that have not been permitted to allow any kind of residency within the keep for that time. The bathroom sits in the southwestern corner with independent stalls and a washroom, as well as a maitre d', so actually someone to help you. Upon entry, you're kind of met by a wardrobe that is there to your left. You notice immediately one begins to sidestep around the actual counter and begins to kind of trot over towards all of you. This individual seems to be a tall human with a light complexion, blue eyes, and blonde curly hair, wears a piece of white silk tunic with a golden red-laced vest. Darkened yellow leather trousers fit into knee-high black leather boots with golden laces and pigmented seams. Bows and does a slight kind of curtsy and looks towards you, Karak, as you've entered in. Greetings. My name is Sir Delrom Lone. I appreciate your entrance into the High Squire. I have not seen you before, or your companions looking out the door. Do you have your patent of nobility presence? Perhaps signed documentation of the Falor sigil?
No, we don't.
Oh, well, I do humbly apologize. The High Squire is an exclusive and private tavern. We do only allow those with patents of nobility when signed sigil towards the Lord Valen Falor to entrance here, as the rooms are quite in demand, and we have a number of our guests that come in here to discuss private business.
Well, my companions and I have served the Lord more in the past week than everyone in this room their entire lives put together.
I'm sure the Lord Downfloor will greatly appreciate your service. Are you seeking to gain audience or court with thy lord?
Just a room. After our hard work of slaying the dragon that has been plaguing these lands.
Well, I'm sure the Lord would be welcome to hear it, but until that happens, I unfortunately cannot allow you to stay here or dine or drink. If you would please excuse yourselves, I would not like to cause any sort of scene here. I'm sure thy Lord would be greatly rewarding you for your service, and of course has hours that they do take public court. They will allow you to state your case.
Harok, do you really wish to eat here?
Right now, there is nothing in the world that would give me more pleasure.
All right, well, Sir Lone, I have something to tell you, and he'll lean in close.
Fails a 13.
Harok,
Oh my god.
take everyone in. I'll keep it busy for as long as you like. And he'll just stay here talking to him quietly.
We're gonna get fucking murdered.
Okay. I'm gonna lean over and wave everyone in.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and grab a bite, Harok? I'm gonna go walk around and find some arrows for my bow.
Oh my god.
Okay. Tardan, you're headed out to get arrows.
Yeah, arrows. I have a couple other things that I want to find as well, so I do want to keep my eye open for a magic shop if I see one.
Okay.
But the arrows are kind of important since I have a bow I can't shoot.
All right. So we're probably reaching a good time to go to break, and then we can kind of reconvene with what we're doing. I have not yet had a party that did not separate themselves when entering into a city, so generally we'll come into that. No worries there, no problems. It happens. I don't know what it is. It just is. It just works that way. So as you're funneling in, you're containing and maintaining the gaze and the charmed effect. You notice that Sir Delaram at this point is kind of do you want me to take your coat and things and put them in the wardrobe and yells out towards the servers and to give drinks and food and beverage and things. So immediately charmed switches right and being you're my best friend kind of thing. Right?
Oh,
So-
well, this is no, he's incapacitated. Remember, he just is kind of listening. This is different charmed.
So incapacitated still can talk. There still can be things. It's
Oh,
almost
sure,
like
I
a
guess. Yeah,
drunken
he's just
stupor.
not moving. He's just kind of
Yeah.
like,
So is not actually taking. The best way to interpret this is that they're not acting of their own conscious, like they're taking direct actions or reactions in that manner of what you're saying to them. It's like a routine, like rinse and repeat. So this is what they would do for a guest that would come in. Any guest would come in. They would check this, and then they would take their coat, and then they would get them accommodated. So that's kind of what is almost going through that subconscious behavior now, seeing you as a friend, but it's not moving and it's just kind of wobbling right to the gaze and things while that's happening. So, yeah, we'll go to break, and then after that, when we come back, we'll figure out where everyone's going to be heading, what they're all going to be doing here. So, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 7:25 p.m. PST-ish. And hope you stay with us. So we'll see you in a bit. welcome back. If you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to get into it as we come to. So, what is happening right now is that, Rock, you push your way into the tavern here. Nereus, you're charmed and got them locked in your gaze and currently subduing the subject. And then for the rest of you, Sir Dougal and Indigo, you have yet to really declare if you're entering or going somewhere else. Tardan, you're looking for arrows or a magic shop just in general. So you've kind of headed out for the potentially the merchant district, right? Headed in that kind of direction. Maybe that there's a window shop or something that's there that is selling of those wares. And so you've decided to leave. So, Sir Dougal, what are you doing?
Sir Dougal's gonna read the energy in there. He's gonna turn around and approach Indigo, who seems to be reflecting his hesitance, his hesitation. You want to go? I think we should go check out the sun tree.
I quietly nod in agreement, and I will go with you there. But I don't say anything.
Okay. So you both head out for the sun tree? Okay. All right. So, Rock, what are you doing?
Something stupid. Something I'm regretting. I don't want to leave Nereus hanging there for too long. I'll just go up to the bar and get something and leave.
As you approach, server moves over. This one's a halfling. Has kind of a stiff kind of beard to the halfling, just kind of a patch that goes across here. Wearing similar clothes to the Sir Delaron, but is minus the actual tunic, more just like the blouse, and then has kind of an apron. Currently sets down a golden goblet, pours out of a fresh bottle of wine, pours it down, slides it to you, has a piece of loaf of bread that's been freshly baked, begins to butter it for you, and put a bunch of salt on top and push it towards you on a platter of gold. Then smiles cheerily. Welcome to the High Squire. How may I help you? Tonight's meal, well, it's still lunchtime, so a bit late, but we can definitely get you some of that pheasant we've cooked up. There's a fine roasted pheasant on a bed, a menagerie of different stewed and caramelized vegetables, served with a blueberry and raspberry sauce.
That sounds delicious. I'll take 2.
2 of those orders, no worries. You can take your seat here at the bar if you'd like, or you can take one of the open circular tables, whatever you'd like. And I'll be with you in momentarily with your food. Will wine suffice for you, or would you like mead, some other liqueur, perhaps ale?
Well, a glass of wine would be nice, but I'm having a friend from Luda whom I would really like to impress. If there's a bottle of something nice that you can recommend, I'd be glad to have it.
Alright, I'll go check in our cellar, see if I can't find something. I'll be with you right back. Real quick. Shuffles away.
I'll signal to Nereus that it'll just be a little bit.
And he kind of just dismissively waves a hand in your direction. So you've really never heard a merfolk sing before? Just talking to this guy who's like barely, barely.
It's beautiful. After some time passes, server reemerges. sets down 2 silver plates, small portioned meal, and exquisitely plated with accompanying silverware. And then unveils a small bottle. Seems to be kind of twisted glasswork coming up, right? Greenish, brownish tinge. Engraved is the label, not actually printed or stamped on. The label itself seems to be elvish. As you begin to read it, notes that it's some sort of winery in Temeria, noting some thing there. You're really not too particular on the name because it doesn't really have any reference to you, but more about the age. It seems to be roughly 60 years old. Red showcases it. I imagine that this will impress. It's a small venue in Temeria on the southern side of their continent. Grows with high winds, rugged temperature, and is known to be quite delicious. I myself can never afford such a thing. But for you, I imagine, work quite nice.
Yes, well, shall I leave the payment with the maitre d'?
You can leave payment with me, it's alright. Do you have a tab or perhaps someone paying on your behalf? Are you here on business?
It's more for pleasure. So, how much will it be?
Well, for the 2 meals and for the bottle itself, gonna cost you 900 gold pieces. And the plates of food here are roughly 15 gold each.
That's less than my share, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Excellent. I'll take it.
Alright, so 930 gold total. Alright. Thank you very much for your business. Or do you need a room?
I think just the meal will be just the meal for today.
Of course. Well, you can call me Daniel. Find me anytime.
Okay, I'm gonna bring Nereus's plate and just walk out of there.
Taking the
Could
plate
have
out of the
eaten
tavern.
here, Harok. But I guess the plates are a good souvenir.
See some of the paladins looking in your direction as you begin to take the plates and leave.
It's too stuffy in here. Let's eat on the patio.
There is no patio.
It's on the. It must be on the other side of the building. Let's go
It's-
look.
It's cold. It's cold out here. We're not in the Golden District anymore.
Yeah, it's cold for city folk.
So you're taking the plate and leaving.
Yeah.
One of the paladins stands up, slowly approaches, and looks in the direction. Great sword at the back, wearing a magnificent piece of plate armor across their body. They have the surcoat tabard of lore, as well as a cape, the symbol of Palor across one of the larger pauldrons on the left side of their shoulder. What do you think you are doing?
I'm gonna turn to him with a big mouthful of food and say something absolutely incoherent to him.
Are you drunk? Are you in need of aid?
You know what? I just sustained a head injury, so I'm not quite myself. But
Sustained a head injury. How did you do such a thing?
very carefully. I'll put my plate down. This has gone on for long enough.
Come, sit, eat your meal. The High Squire is fine indeed. Sir Delram, another round for our table. Sir Delram. Grabs by the shoulder. Sir Delram! Looks towards Nereus. You're slightly singing, right? Giving that little bit of a gaze, right? Looks.
He's enjoying a performance right now. It's quite personal.
Reaches upright towards the great sword. See the other paladins slowly push out of their chairs, twist over. Cease whatever magic you have casted upon him.
I did not cast any magic. Surely you would have noticed. But as you wish. And he'll kind of pretend like he's, stopping to sink.
These Shodelrum catches themselves. Sure. Over. Grabs in the shoulder. Shodelrum, are you okay? Don't know. I feel like I've listened to the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Oh, it's you two.
We were just leaving.
Oh, yes, that's good. So, Delrin, we need another round for the table. Come. Slowly turns around. Paladin grabs the shoulder, pushes away, and turns around, looks towards you both. Don't find yourselves to the High Squire again, or you will face the wrath of our might.
Well, fair enough.
Sits back down. Delrin waddles off to the bar. Taking the plates outside with you. They didn't stop you now. Taking the plates out.
Well, if they're not stopping us.
They seem to show some restraint. That's a good way to phrase. Right. Best
I'm not
situation
one.
resolved is just clearing out.
Rock, I'm not one to incite violence, but I'd very much like to burn this establishment down.
I know. Me too.
Our men are so hard that nobility can't have them. It's embarrassing.
Alright. Well, as entertaining as that aside was, we should find the others.
Well, considering what happened to us, I'm sure they've been arrested by now.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and pause your conversation here, and we're going to now come to the Suntree Cathedral. So apologies, Tardan will come to you here on the, because yours is most likely to be kind of short and sweet. Right? So we're going to come to the Suntree Cathedral. I'm going to activate the scene. You all are here on the map. You're all more than welcome to move your tokens around as well if you're just observing. And you can always cycle into the city maps as you please, right? So those are always accessible to click from whenever you like. Right, I'm going to go ahead and give a description of the Suntree Cathedral here real quick after I find my notes. Cycle. So, a large cathedral built around the Suntree. It is made from stone with a vaulted 70-foot wooden rafters that span upwards to 120 feet. Large stained glass windows surround the structure. Each signify some passage with the lore scripture. The cathedral is designed to have the Suntree above everything else. So I'm going to swing open the door with these double wooden doors here as you kind of are coming into a much smaller entrance than you would kind of imagine. It's a very slight width to it, not very much height, about 12 feet or so, and it kind of just opens up, large squeaking of these ringed wrought iron handles as you're kind of shoving them inwards, right, as they're kind of clearing forward. And so the sun tree is sat about everything else. It's about 35 feet above the actual entrance that you're coming through. Two chambers on either side of the entrance serve as areas for secluded prayer and confession. Square celestial rune-covered pillars extend into the wooden rafters and provide support for the ceiling. A large stone altar sits near center of the cathedral and is adorned with white cloth tapestry and precious Pelor scripture. Incense burn within small bowls held by golden chain throughout. A golden goblet containing wine signifies the blood of Pelor. White cloth wooden chairs sit behind the altar on either side of the stone staircase. These chairs contain priests while the head priest is running service. Currently, no service is being held. Just from what you can tell, there are guards, there are paladins, there's clerics, there are some refugee dwarfs that are injured, right, brought in here to be healed, and there are others that are shuffling down spiralized stone staircases that wrap down from the actual pillars. And they kind of go and descend maybe into underneath the structure. Okay.
I have my hands in my sleeves right now, but I'll look to Dougal and say, after you.
These four, in the clutch here, they resemble characters we may have seen in the tavern, right?
Correct. They are paladins. Yep. Similarly dressed, similarly armored, with the surcoat of Felor as well as the capes. They are sharing unison. They're mainly humans. They're a half-elf, elf, dwarf. So there's a variety of races here, but when you look at the majority, you're looking at humans.
Is anybody speaking?
Nobody's speaking. One figure does stand out to you. It seems to be a thin and nimble human female, light green eyes and a pale complexion. Hair is white and flows to the mid-back in a single braid ponytail, which actually kind of flows through the hood that covers over top. Seems relatively old for a human, wears a white robe slung with gold silk and celestial stitched runes signifying her place as head priestess. There's also a crest within the actual hood vestment that comes over, as well as a large amulet of Pelor that surrounds the neck. It's about twice the size of the others that worship here. And it's also bejeweled in kind of these precious gemstones that ring around the actual signet. Has a large tome of sorts that is open and is comprising, seems to be ritualizing, casting some sort of magic.
And that's you're describing the one up on the dais.
Yeah, the one up here
behind the altar.
Yep.
Well, I think Dougal is definitely approaching her, staring slack-jawed at the grandeur of this kind of temple. I'll wait to see when she's finished casting and introduce myself.
Just moving reagents around, shifting different incense and opening other prayer tomes and things. And as you walk up, just kind of slowly subsides and stops and grabs the hands and outstretches them, pulling back the actual folds of the vestments, and moves in kind of a manner and Does a slight little head nod and looks towards you all. 1,000 prayers of Pelor be upon you. May the holy light of thy sun tree give you strength. Are you here to pray? To give thanks?
I can't think of a better use of our time. I might introduce myself first. My name is Dougal, Sir Dougal. This is one of my compatriots, Indigo. We're part of a group that arrived here recently. We traveled here from Herak, and the Sun Tree, which lives up to its name, was something we made a point of coming to visit. Are you a resident priestess here?
I run this cathedral, Sun Tree Cathedral and Temple. My name is Valria Revan. I am in concept of other religions as a bishop. It's my term of vestment that I've been rewarded after many years of my service to thy Pelor's holy domain and light. It was my fond task, or my fond passion, to worship the Sun Tree, the near age of my death. It's been such a grandeur of reward to be here and to train many initiates that seek to protect, give direct commune to Pelor's most holiest relic.
What a strange place for this relic. Is there any explanation that you have of why Pelor would have chosen this site?
That has been something that has been debated for some time. The Sun Tree has been known to communicate with a number of individuals. I myself have talked and spoken with it. It speaks as a child of Pelor. Something that has consciousness and awareness, but no memories of how it came to be. The Sun Tree was found by the Sular Kingdom, a previous kingdom to that of the Arthurian and the Talthar reign. The Sulars sought out this tree after finding it and speaking with it, and they built a small outpost to protect it against those that would defile it, worshippers of Bane, known commonly to those that seek Pelor's holy light and have fought in many conquests as the Black Hand. What you see before you, and like I tell many of those that make pilgrimage here, that this is simply a branch from the Sun Tree. The rest of it is buried. Take great pride in harnessing orbs of daylight channeled with our divine magic to give the Sun Tree the light it needs. It was buried with the help of many dwarves, primarily of Clan Alderfist. When those of the Black Hand came to end the Sun Tree, it was magic from the dwarves, as well as those known as Ruglark, a guild of dwarven magi that buried it within the earth.
How do you commune with it when you do? Is there a ritual? Is there a
You simply touch.
distance?
All you need to do
Oh,
is
touch.
lay your fingers and palm across its white ashen bark, and its presence will find you. But I do fear that the Sun Tree has not communed with anyone for over 3-4 years. It has not wanted to speak. We have done many ways of giving it more light, more treatment, but nothing. still will not speak.
Does that time coincide with an event that it seems obvious?
Nothing that we have in our history books or our scripture.
Do you have to be do you have to hold a certain station here in the church in order to attempt a communing with the tree?
No. Anyone that makes pilgrimage here, commoner and noble alike, may commune with the tree. In fact, this cathedral and the Sun Tree are why Othema exists. If not for this holy place, the city would just be none. It is our duty, and as those that worship Palor and devote themselves to the Sun Tree as protectors, to allow all of those that seek its light, its faith, to come here freely and speak.
I look around here and I see a lot of seating. Do you offer a mass? Do you have a routine prayer that the surrounding city attends?
We hold services, or tomorrow in fact, at roughly midday, where we reinvigorate our tenets and oaths. Many clerics, many paladins, and of those of primary faith will show, but commoners and nobles alike that do devote themselves to Palor's higher power are free to enter.
Well, if we're still around, I hope we are. I hope that I catch one of your services. I'd love to see how you worship.
It would be our greatest honor for you to sit yourself down and listen to the words of Palor.
Would it be only because my life recently has been rather unpredictable? I'm not sure I'm going to make it to tomorrow. Would it be okay with you if I tried to commune with the tree right now?
Of course. Like I said, anyone is free to walk up and speak with it.
I give Indigo a nod.
I give you a nod and then a beckon over to the tree.
Valriva just continues her ritual, just through the motions. Way up to the tree again. Now described as a branch of something greater. This branch encompasses nearly up through the rafters to the 120-foot ceiling. Thick as it does, many sprawls of further branching is happening. Potentially showcasing that this tree is absolutely fucking huge.
No foliage, though. No leaves.
No leaves.
It's just like
Just
bare white bark.
bare white bark. That's correct.
Is the soil, the dirt around it, is it wet? Is it like, do they water it? Is it like a conventional?
It seems to be damp, in that they do take care of it like a tree or a plant. That they do water, but it's just normal soil.
Are there any branches or whatnot that would indicate there's like new growth, that it's alive?
Roll a nature check.
Ooh, I feel like I can help with that.
Roll with advantage. Look at both of you, naturing it.
Let me study the structure of this plant.
Oh,
11.
fuck.
Good lord.
It's difficult to tell because of the large size of the branch. You have not seen the whole of the actual tree. And it makes it difficult to understand, especially that it doesn't flower or leaf, right? There's no leaves or flowers on it. And so you have not seen its growth before, right? Of what size it was, weeks prior. So you have nothing to work on.
So,
I guess you just reach out and touch it.
this is all new to me, my friend. So
Me too.
I'm face a gift I have yet to receive.
We worship very differently.
I take that gift out of the sleeve.
Yeah, same.
All right.
Are you touching it?
I think we're both gonna press our hands up against it.
I press my fist up against it.
Okay. Same time?
Fist bump a tree.
I will. Hopefully
Okay.
not uproot it, but yeah.
So as that happens, you see that the tendrils within the actual barks, the interior, kind of begins to alight with a white glow as it begins to pour outwards and shine, almost similar to a daylight, as it kind of begins to emanate and echoes through the actual outlines of your hand, your fist, right, wherever you touch, begins to kind of slightly glow as it does. The shroud of that light begins to kind of form shadows around your hand. A voice penetrates through your mind. Hello.
Of course. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I look
So
at Dougal real
great.
quick. You hear?
Yeah,
What's up?
great. How are you?
Oh, not much. Just hanging.
Right.
Can I want to make a perception check. Is somebody fucking with us? Is there somebody like whispering behind us to make it sound like?
Roll perception.
I mean, could I glance as well to help him out?
You can roll your own perception. Like,
Don't worry, Tardan's not there.
Indigo and Sir Dougal, you don't see anything. Valerie is ritualizing. The back is towards you. Everyone else is talking amongst themselves.
We heard that you hadn't been speaking recently.
That's true.
Is there a reason?
Are you okay?
Well, I haven't really felt like it. It's been tough. But there's something about you both. Makes me want to talk.
Thanks.
What do we call it? Do we just call you Sun Tree? Is that your name?
No, you can call me that. I don't really have a name.
Matt?
You can call me Matt. That's fine.
Matt the Sun Tree.
Matt, this is Dougal, and I'm Indigo.
Hi, Dougal. Hi, Indigo.
How is this possible?
Oh, I don't know.
How many? Can you feel your other limbs? You're just one
Oh, yeah.
limb of a larger tree. You have many limbs.
I go deep into the earth, many hundreds of feet. I can feel it all. And all the little bacteria and microorganisms and all sorts of different sorts of fungi. There's a mole down there.
How many limbs do you have?
Hundreds. I can't count them. I'm not really good with numbers.
You can feel all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Are any of your limbs hurting or under duress?
Well, yeah, kind of. But it's weird. Just feels like I can't grow. I struggle sometimes.
You mean recently?
What does that mean?
That's a good question. How old are you?
I don't know.
Right.
Do you feel like
Okay.
you're missing something that would let you grow, or you just don't feel like growing, like talking?
Well, I don't know. I kind of wanted to talk. Sometimes I don't want to talk.
That's your decision.
Wonder
Thanks.
if are you
I'm still here. My wife is getting something from the dresser, just FYI.
have you ever heard of a place called the Redwood?
Ah. No.
No,
Sounds like woods.
it does. That is what it sounds like. Wow. To have to rephrase every question in the way that a tree would understand it. That's difficult. An all-knowing tree that only knows things a tree would know. That's so weird. Do you speak to Paylor?
Yeah, sometimes.
If we asked you a question, could you ask Paylor?
I can try.
While Dougal contemplates, I ask him, Matt, have any of your branches been destroyed far south? If you know where that's at. I'm sorry, I can't be more clear.
I don't know. It feels like it's all around. Just want to get big and grow, but I can't.
Because something's preventing you from doing that. Something's in your way.
I don't know.
Matt, the next time you speak to Paylor, ask him how we, Indigo and Dougal, can help you grow again.
Okay. Alright, I'll ask.
We are here to help you. You are quite unique, quite special.
Other than that, is there something we can get you, like stop feeding you water and start feeding you orange juice or something? Like, do you have a particular request? Less sunlight, more water, less water? Do you have a
Fertilizer by chance? Like any
Yeah.
would you like
As you're speaking these words outwards within your mind, the light has receded, disappeared. No response is given to you.
So it feels like connection was lost.
Right.
Correct. Idiocracy there, Darius. Electrolytes. Conflates.
It's what plants crave.
Conflates. Quick. Brondo, the thirst mutilator.
I mean, that's all I could think about. Like, yeah, that's probably what's gonna ask for.
Well, that was a pretty amazing moment, Indigo, but I don't know whether or not we should tell the clergy. Yet.
I appreciate you saying yet.
I'm just a little worried about what 3 years of silence has done to their expectations.
So, while you both are figuring that out, we are going to transition to Darden. All right, Darden. So, you head into the merchant district. You begin to look window shopping. In this potential merchant district, it has a great deal of businesses and shops. One of the shops that stands out to you, two of them. One is Rudolph's Weapons and Arms, and the next one is almost like a holy-ish shop. Seems like they have magical items by the actual the windows there, and that's referred to as Silver Falls Emporium. But beyond that, after you've taken the deal, I'm going to advance time as well, taking an hour or so of actually working through here and shopping. It doesn't seem like they do have a traditional arcane like magical shop. In a way, it seems to be a little bit void within the merchant district. You always try your luck on the actual traders district, so going outside the city and just trying to find something, or those two places that I had, Steve.
I'd obviously have to go to Rudolph's to get arrows. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the traders district.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So you make your way for the traders district. Getting there, the traders district itself, it comprises of a great number of stagecoaches, wagons, tents, large to small, fires throughout. A lot of smoke here billowing. There is traffic at the actual entrance or exit here. You kind of have to wait sometimes and maybe make your way through and almost shuffle like sardine land and get out there. And it becomes apparent that there are actually individuals that live out here in their tents and things, and they actually are permanent residency almost in a way. As soon as you come out into the fold, everything is slightly spaced, they're segmented, and each one has their own little kind of designation. What exactly are you looking for? And then whatever it is you're looking for, I need you to make a perception check.
I'm looking for essentially like a bag of holding, something along those lines, that I would assume I'd know about from kind of my past.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead and make a perception check, please. $23. Okay. So as you're making your way through, you find a small stagecoach-like wagon with two mules that are unhitched, eating straw that are kind of roped to the actual wagon or stagecoach itself. Upon a small circular table appears to be a gnome with brownish hair that kind of free flows down and then upkept into a top bun. Has a little bit of a grizzle to the face with blackish kind of eyes. Currently wears a blue robe with a few bits of kind of intricate small designs to it, and then black sturdy metal studded boots. They're reading a book And just looking at the book, it seems in the robe, you're able to kind of snag on that there might be a magical sense here. They don't necessarily have wares set out. The stagecoach and wagon, and the back half of it kind of has a little bit of like a trunk space or sorts, and that is open. And then there are chests, other sacks, and things as you kind of look around. You're unsure if they trade anything or sell anything, but just the fact that the robe and then the book and the titling as well as the language upon it suggests that that is some sort of arcane book.
Okay. I'm gonna approach him. I'm just gonna kind of wave over the book and say hello, and see if I
Startled.
can get his attention.
He begins to close the book with a perception of 23. You see that the book notes it as Experiments Volume 3-4 of Felgib. Puts the books down, hands out the hands, holds them out like this. Hello!
So you just happen to pique my interest. I'm looking for some wares. Do you happen to be a trader of sorts?
Trade is my game, and coin is what I made. Let's see, what are you after? I have things, plenty things, many things, several things.
My main goal is storage. A way to store lots and lots of useful items.
Of course.
As me,
Bag of holding then, eh?
I give him a gentle nod in confirmation.
How much coin do you have?
Why don't you tell me your costs, and then we can discuss?
Well, my costs are high as we are here in the frigid of the Frosthorn and away from great many magical things that would otherwise be here. And a bag of holding is quite wondrous indeed, somewhere to go into the astral plane to store your goods for eternity. Let's see, let me think. Perhaps we'll find ourselves around 6,000 gold, give or take.
6,000 gold for a bag of holding. Interesting. Do you get many clients out here? Or are you
Many
just
clients
trying
I
to-
find by chance, perhaps, but not many, no, that would come to me. For you, I see, what's your name?
My name is Tardan.
Tardan,
Tardan
where do you come
Salengate.
from? Where do you come from, Tardan?
I come from Tamaria.
Samaria. And what do you have with the fine holy city of Thema, Tardan? Why do you come here?
It was not by choice, as with most things in my life. I just kind of ended up here. So now,
a wandering, rambling creature of what seeks a bag of holding. My mind thinks that you have large coin, perhaps treasures, adventuring in things, I imagine?
not much, but hopes to gain more. I do have things of interest, maybe to somebody of your caliber that you may seek.
I see. What coin do you have to buy such an item that you are interested in attempting to procure?
I could maybe do 500 gold pieces and a dragon scale. I'm sure you don't get many of those.
Ooh, by the contrary, my lad, dragon scale is aplenty. Plentiful indeed. If you find yourself in Arthuria, let me tell you, long-standing history with dragons, a great number, conquering territories before humanoids arrived. Your Temerian Republic was well built, founded, protected, while Arthuria roamed free. Dragon scales I have no interest in. I have several. But that is not what I'm here for. 500 gold is such low in the asking price of an item such as extraordinary as this.
I could go as high as 1,000. I think.
High as 1,000. Now we might be after something. Say, that bow you have on your back. It's quite interesting. Where did you find it?
Well, with the dragon scale, of course.
Are you
Maybe a man such as-
suggesting something?
I did nothing of the sort. I'm just telling you the facts.
Finding a bow such as that with scales such as those seems, what's to say it, quite indeed interesting.
As I said, I deal in interests, I deal in adventure, I deal in wonders. That's how I travel.
Well, I'll tell you, Tardan of Temeria, you give me 1,000 gold and that particular bow, and we will have you a bag of holding.
And what interest does a gnome have with a ceremonial elvish bow?
Figure that one, did you? But you do not know where it comes from, nor its value. And that I do. So perhaps I make this decision and tell you that it's a fair trade.
How do I know that it's a fair trade? Now I feel I should go have a second look at this bow.
Perhaps you will. You'll find no one in this city to tell you what its true value is. And you'll spend weeks, if not months, attempting to find its true value. But here we have a decision made, a coin you have, a simple trade.
And what if instead of the bag, I give you 500 gold to tell me about the bow?
500 gold with nothing in return? Just information?
That's what I'm looking for.
Set down the coin and let it be heard.
I will go ahead and put down the coin from the treasury.
Takes the 500, pulls out a small satchel underneath the table, opens it, takes the coin, falls right through, closes it. Bag holding. Sets it down. Let me tell you, indeed. What you have is a fine instrument of Fixia, a longbow forged and crafted for potential fey creatures, as well as those prized as guard known as Ferlion to the Mosatra. Ferlion come from a place in the Feywild in the Autumn Vale. This I know, this I've heard.
How interesting. So you're telling me that this bow is not from our plane?
It is not, no. It comes from
That
a place that is far and wide.
How interesting. Is there anything I should know about it beyond the quality of the craft?
There is no other magical properties beyond it being enchanted for elvish archers to aim true and strong when their guardians are indeed, well, they are guardians after all, and they are protecting those that they seek. Hold in higher power to channel and bring forth congruence.
Congruence. And what is this congruence that you speak of?
For that, 500 more gold. I know you have it, and now I have your interest.
I feel like I have to, because this tells me more about the Feywild. And kind of Sir Dougal. And possibly more... Yeah, I'll give him 500 gold.
Slap down 500. Thank you much. It is so surprising that someone would pay such gold for such information, but you indeed are an adventurer and a prize of a wary wanderer. So it gets you very far. Congruences raises the hand, casting illusion spells, vivid and circumferencing of about 180 degrees around you, filled in space. You see many different planets. The prime material plane. There are existing congruences, bridges to other planes. The Feywild, the Shadowfell, the Celestials, the Infernals, the Astral Sea, and even those to the Elemental. Our planet is called Entops. It exists in the prime material plane, at the axis of Z, X, and Y, at a distant region. Its congruences are many. This particular bow comes from a place with congruence to an area that was once referred to as the Redwoods. history has a way of working through things. And things like to take their tendrils and poke them and entice them and change in abundance. What once was a congruence to the Feywild is a congruence to somewhere else. But these bridges are not simply in the way we look at them, but they pull on power that is ancient, long-lasting, effervescent, permanent. They are simply dots of energy spanning a rainbow. Thixia was a Fey city in the Redwoods. Mosatra were their leaders, their council, and also powerful magi that were able to harness this congruence whenever they wanted.
How interesting. You said once. How long ago since that congruence has been changed, as you so put it?
Give me that bow and I will tell you.
I can't do that. Knowing that it's from the Feywild, I have somebody that may be of more interest in it than I. Or than you.
I see. So be it. With that, our conversation has ended, and you are more the wiser.
I will give him a bow, and then kind of head off back towards the drift, I guess essentially trying to find my party.
Okay.
Assuming they decided to look for food at some point.
Heading off, maybe to another tavern, mountainside, maybe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, going back to the Sun Tree real quick. Okay, continuing.
Would you like to tell them?
I think that there's no harm in being honest. But
Absolutely.
then again, but then again, I'm sure some of our friends would disagree.
I am. I am just nervous about their reaction, is all. But yes, I agree. The truth is the least complicated version of any story.
True.
So
There's no. There's no. I don't believe we would be looked upon in a negative light by telling them we were fortunate enough to have a conversation.
right. Okay.
But
Absolutely.
when we approach her, if you don't mind, if you can relay the information, and I would like to focus on her to make sure to gauge her reaction.
Sure. I can do that, I think. I mean, I'm no Tardan, but I can make some of it work.
I think you'll do fine.
I'll wait till she finishes casting whatever spell she's in the middle of a ritual she's in the middle of casting.
Taking a long time, so just going through the motions. Stops as you come by the side, turns and looks. Was your commune profitable?
It was. He was delightful. I had no idea. His name was Matt. Had he have?
Spoke with the Sun Tree.
I did. I think I did.
That is
Unless
a miracle
someone
to
here was-
behold. If you may I see your hand?
Absolutely. I'll hold
Puts
out
up
both
a
my
hand.
hands.
Puts one on top and one underneath and just holds and lowers that and closes the eyes. have been touched and blessed by the Sun Tree. There is something that it must call to you, and why it spoke to you. For this reason, you alone may keep to yourselves. If it was something you wish to share, you're more than welcome to. We will greatly appreciate it here at the cathedral. But remember, this is your private moment, something to hold near to your heart, something to cherish for all of your lives.
I'd like to insider.
So, oh, almost at that 20. That's
I swear,
14?
man.
is genuinely telling the truth, and very emphatically so, is kind of informing you in a very, not in a demeaning way or anything, is actually taking the time with you and really explaining that your time with the Sun Tree is a very private moment with Pelor. And the relic, and it's a connection, and that itself is really reflected just in the nature of allowing you to come up there without having any, observance or any sort of spectatorship. Is just allowing you to do that, and is just trust, right, and hope is really inherent with the speech of the character.
He was. We had questions for him. It's a little difficult to communicate, I think, some of the these very narrow focused problems into questions that he can answer. I'm not even sure I should be gendering it as a he, but
if it described itself as such, then you may describe it in any which way. I have heard stories that the Sun Tree describes themselves as a great number of different ways. If you seems its name is Matt, then to you its name is Matt. And that, holding that, is something that is special to you, and to you as well.
He spoke as if there was a burden or a hindrance on him, not being able to grow, but wanting to.
This disturbance, did it describe anything in vivid detail?
I wouldn't say vivid detail, no. He described a failure to grow.
Over the last few years, probably as long as he's been silent.
Interesting.
Right.
What I can
We
tell
asked
you
him,
is this. Something that I will grant you with privilege for speaking with the Sun Tree. There has been a number of missing people within the city. Disturbances and disappearances. These people have never been recovered. It has been going on for some time. Not nearly in the time frame that you have proposed. But the Sun Tree's roots grow deep and grow wide. It feels people in the city, and it harnesses their divine magic. In a way, it is connected to each one of us, as is it to the earth and itself. Perhaps these missing people have plagued it with a darkness and a shroud that have disabled it from growing. This is something I have long speculated. After the news of these people came to the forefront.
disappearing. prominent people, commoners, peasants? What?
All random. Is there a correlation?
Character, at this point, Rock, Nereus, where are you headed?
Probably to go find the second nicest inn in town.
Okay. So you're headed to the Zealous Flagon, which is in the Holy District, just south of the actual Sun Tree Cathedral.
Is there a point during this walk where it's just us on the street?
Sure.
Or,
Totally fine.
well, I just want to show Nereus that ridiculous bottle I bought and say to him, I think I'm gonna poison Air Pip.
Oh. All right.
That's all I got.
Okay. So you're all heading to the Zealous Flagon. I don't think we're going to get to that for the session. I hope that's okay. So you're heading there currently. And then we're going to finish off the session with the Sun Tree Cathedral. Continue the conversation. So Tard, I hope that's okay as well.
Yep.
Okay. The missing people. They have been mainly trade folk, outsiders, and guests within the city. It has drawn a great strain between noble and commoner. The nobles blame the common folk, the drift, for not having more rule and more order, more Pelor's light within their lives. And those that are common seek the disparity between the nobles and themselves as a cause for this to happen, that the guard and the soldiers that occupy Fort Frostbeard do not take great attention to their needs. The Sun Tree and my order, my initiates, we truly are the barrier that holds both of these sides together and keeps them in the bounds of Pelor's holy light.
Is there a government agency? Is there a guard or
An investigator, somebody we could speak with to
Right.
get further detail into these disappearances. Perhaps we could offer aid or assistance.
You are to offer aid or assistance. The person you would need to speak with is Commander Renglar Uku. He runs the guard and soldiers at Fort Frostbeard, and he is in charge of this investigation. You may also seek audience with Lord Thalon Falor. If you are seeking a higher stature in this investigation, perhaps you can offer your skills.
maybe we'll start with the captain of the guard
Let's start with the
before we go that high.
Renglar Uku is not simply a captain. It is important to understand that Fort Frostbeard was here prior to the city's creation. Renglar Uku is a stationed commander, prominent, and has served in the warfront to the far south. After sustaining injury, he was transferred here. He is quite skilled and smart and cunning. Fort Frostbeard trains a great number of soldiers and offers its outreaches into the keep as well as Falor paladins.
This is the fort that you're describing is the outpost that you were describing in the history of the Sun Tree that was built here first.
That is correct. Outpost to fort to town to city.
Understood. Can we tell them, both Commander and our Lord, that we are that we are working towards this goal. Would that I don't want to use your name if you don't want it used.
You have spoken with the Sun Tree. This is something that even my most prized initiates as of late are not able to achieve. You are held in the highest graces of the law as far as my consideration is concerned. With that said, you are more than welcome to throw my name in the hat, so to speak. Speak with Lord Downfloor first, or Commander Rangloku. It does not matter. It just depends on how you wish to investigate this matter, if it isn't something you indeed wish to take hold.
We'd like to help. We'll find a way to help.
Of course. If you need any arrangements, I am more than welcome to, on off hours, speak with Commander Rangloku or Lord Downfloor myself on your behalf.
That would be terrific. I think our plan for the rest of the day is to go make sure that the rest of our group hasn't already gotten
Arrested or killed.
arrested by the people we're talking about going to meet. I don't suppose we have a place already picked out to rest for the night. But I suppose we know where to find you, right?
Yes.
So, pull on whichever strings you think is appropriate. You are certainly more familiar with the workings here than we are, and we will gather our flock, and meet you here tomorrow
We could meet you here tomorrow.
for service.
For service, or at least the tail end of it, and
Yes.
have a conversation.
I will be busy during service, but I will try to seek audience with Lord Downfloor in the morning. Perhaps after service is concluded, we will have our discussion, and I will have news for you.
Perfect.
Thank you for
You are
your
humbly welcome. And I do not believe I have your names.
Well, I appreciate that you're definitely a busy woman. We did introduce ourselves. My name is Dougal. This is Indigo. I wouldn't remember our names either, by the way.
No,
Um,
not your names in the sense of your individual names, but you mentioned your compatriots on numerous occasions. I am speaking as if
yes.
a name for your organization, your guild, fellowship, perhaps?
Yes, we do have a name,
Yes, of course we do.
and that name is. Wait for the DM to say, "We'll pick it up next week."
Oh, we'll pick it up next week! All right, that's
Oh,
fine.
you should put him on the spot. He volunteered that. He has to say it now.
That's fine.
You don't
we
want to
can,
know
we
the
can,
name Dougal's going to pick.
we can conclude. That's totally fine. Okay. Everyone wrapped up? Everyone good?
Golden.
All
I
right.
am blown away by how terrible everyone in this party is of getting anything done. Oh, look, side quests. Let's find out what's happening over here. We'll help find these missing people. Like, what? We have to save for Rock's family.
You
I-
can just
we're gonna
you can
call
just
you-
just imagine, okay, just for a second, like Nereus looking through one of the stained glass windows, watching this all unfold,
Right.
being like,
It's like, I'm going to burn the sun tree down.
I'm going to
Steaming.
burn the fucking tree down.
Right.
Why
We're gonna
can't
buy-
these idiots do anything?
I mean, he doesn't. It's like, thank goodness Nereus doesn't have something he needs to do that's time sensitive, because he would be in big trouble.
Hey, I got some info for Sir Dougal. Nothing
don't think,
super
yes.
useful.
I don't think information gathering is bad, but they explicitly said, "How can we help?" Right?
I mean, you had the two lawful good characters go to the church What did you expect?
Literally
What did you expect to have happen?
unhinged, right? They had no,
I
absolutely
didn't
no
have them
filter.
go anywhere. They're free to do whatever they want. I just think Neris and Rock are becoming
You
good
know
friends.
what? You know what, Will? It takes a lot of balls being the guy in the party who just in tonight's session hypnotized the town's guard, deceived their way past a bar of entry, and then was critical of the two guys who went to go have the honest conversation.
How dare you, sir?
We're
How
gonna get you a T-shirt. We're gonna all chip into a kitty and buy you a T-shirt that says "pair of brass" and then
Oh
just
my
an
gosh.
empty underscore.
That's
We're
so
gonna ship it to you.
I do want to say, I will say it on stream as well. I think that this was probably one of the more successful sessions here in the city. Just seeing naturally how you all paired up, roleplay wise, and being an element that seemed to be more fortuitous in a way. It was very interesting to see because being like, oh, we'll go to the High Squire, and then just walking in, right, instead of talking, and then all of a sudden being like, oh, we'll just go to the Sun Tree, and then pairing up and having that conversation, and then Tartan's just like, I'm just gonna throw a coin at this person to get the information.
Oh my gosh, like the
Um,
worst beating ever. Like, must be worth something. I'll spend all this money for information. You
Like,
pay for a bag of holding.
The fact that we just got that much money and
We're
we
never,
are already
Darius
Yeah.
will never,
We are
ever
already
pool
two-
money again.
I think it was the most,
2,000
like I
gold
said,
down.
the most honest maybe, but for me it was fun. It was fun to see like just not out of character asking each other, just being like, we're just doing it. We're just gonna do these things. I think that was pretty cool to see. So I went ahead and calculated some experience on the roleplay side of it all. So 1,009 experience each. So you should put you at 20,395 experience in total. So gives you a good chunk there for skill checks and roleplay and all sorts of things. If you're watching this stream, I'm going to go ahead and close it out. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Group 5 appreciates it. And we hope to see you next week.
Group 5 signing off.
Cinco!